Hello and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, a table where we discuss women, where we talk about issues that concerns women. But like I always say, we cannot talk about women without putting the men, because without the men, we don't have the women, and without the women, we don't have the men. And also sometimes we talk about children. We make this table a family table, actually, where we talk about everything that happens in the family and beyond the family. We'll try to bring in politics once in a while, and I'm sure more of politics will be coming now that we're having the 2027 elections drawing by. I hope my women are ready to talk politics at some point. Anyway, welcome to WIC Women in Conversation. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and with me today to talk about marriage and relationship, I have on my right Princess Edith Madejemosh.
Good afternoon.
Madam. Anyway, it's good to have you. She is CEO Golden Touch Collection. I have to my left, I have, to my far left, let me start with Ayo Ali Balogu. Ayo Ali Balogu, I mean, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, and then I have, of course, on my left, I have Mercy. I don't want to call her Messelina. I have Mercy Emmanuel. Mercy Emmanuel is a nurse in the house. Anyway, let's go straight to today's discussion or conversation, if you want to say it. We're going to be talking about marriage and relationship. Marriage and relationship. And I have a lot on marriage and relationship anyways. Let's start with can a man love a woman and still not want to marry her? Ayo, the way you are looking at me, and the way Mercy said, you know, so I've seen a lot of relationships that had gone into years, and then when it is time for marriage, the man tells the lady, I love you, but I can't marry you. Is it possible for a man to love a woman and still not want to marry her? Should I start with you, Mercy? I do not like the way you're itching. let me start with you. Is it possible
100%.
for a man to love a woman and will not marry her?
Yes.
Why?
There are many reasons, circumstances, either family, health, majority, most times, when it's got to do with health. I don't want to get into some topics now before we deviate
Exactly.
from what we're talking about. Especially when it's got to do with this genotype, rhesus factors and all that.
Beside that, let's leave that, like you said. Let's not bring in
Yes.
that.
Most times, I think that's always the reason, then family circumstances.
Okay, so what are we now doing together? Why are you loving me if you know you won't marry me? Why are we together for so many years without marrying me and loving me? Ayo, please, let me hear from you.
Let me first say, Osumio. So this is it. So you love me, and you say, we've been together many years, and you say to me, you can't marry me. Two factors here. When you started the relationship, did you make it know what your plans are? Most often, the guy would start off to say, I don't believe in marriage.
All right?
You understand? I've had someone say to me, I don't believe, he thinks marriage is a scam.
Oh.
You understand?
Oh.
And I said to him, this is me, that is what I want. And it was the fact I said to a man that I want marriage does not necessarily mean it has to be with you.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure.
At the end of the day, I could be like, do you understand?
Clock it.
Clock it. You know, so if you say you love me and you don't want to marry me, you didn't choose me, you don't love me. I don't think you love me. You're not telling me that you don't love me enough. So you love me as Christ loved the agape love. You have the agape love. But you don't love me to choose me, to want to walk the journey with me, to want to live and let us share our pains, our wins, our struggles together. I don't think you love me.
Okay, let me talk.
I
Let me reveal a short story here that I read. You know, and so this lady said she posted a picture of her, and then she said this picture reminds her of some years ago. Her ex took her the picture. She went to the mall with her ex to shop for drinks. And the ex was like, oh, I'm having this party and all that. And she said, you didn't tell me. He said, no, it's okay. You don't have to be there. It's a men's affair and all that. She chose all the drinks. She made sure that, okay, you buy this one. This drink is good. This one is good. Men will like this. People will like this drink. And they did the shopping together. They went out to the car park. He took her a picture. He took her a picture.
Don't say what I'm thinking.
And then,
I'm cringing already.
And then by the time they got home, he announced to her and said, I'm sorry, all these drinks I bought is for my traditional marriage tomorrow.
He's evil.
That guy is wicked.
And
Now
then,
I need it.
and then she goes like, what do you mean? Traditional marriage to who? And he called the lady he wanted to marry.
Wow.
So why did you keep me for 6 years?
No, keep me for 6 years is minute.
And what is the reason?
Why would you break up like that?
Yes.
Yes. So, and
That's-
this man said to her, my mom insists I do not marry a certain tribe. I don't want to mention
And
it.
I kept the
yes,
woman for
I
6
did.
And
years.
he's been with her all the while. He knew that his mother said so.
Abi?
That's a different ball game.
That's
The
like-
manner in which he break the news
the
to the
news was
to the
bad.
lady is disheartening. That is wickedness. Who
evil.
does that? Evil.
That's
Who does
evil.
that? There are mature 1001 better mature ways to break that news
You
to
should
that
have
lady.
broken up with this lady before
Before that
time.
day, then you
Since
made her
you
to
knew.
shop for your wedding. Ah,
You know, you know,
That is
sometimes
disheartening.
things like this makes you want to act out, at least in Yoruba movies. Then the man got married, he never found happiness, and he never bought, and then they did, then he died, and then you
Abalis, just him, go back to that woman. You had offended somebody.
Oh my
and
God.
then he goes back groveling and begging, and then he now had peace. A kind
Shit.
of nonsense peace. But then, we have heard the man's version. I know a young guy. He told me his story. He dated a girl in school. They dated for many years, like 8 years. After school, he started job and everything. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I mention he works in Sheraton and everything. And years down the line, this guy was really, really struggling, doing stuff. And then this girl is, that way, that's someplace around Lasso, Lasso,
far, yeah.
very far, Iba.
Iba.
After, that,
Igodo.
no, Igodo is near. That far place.
Yanoba.
Yeah, somewhere like, he now said that the girl lives there with her family. This boy was living in Egbeda. And the girl said to him that, she's sorry she cannot marry somebody that lives in Egbeda.
Really?
When he told me, this
Does
is not
your
sorry.
location matters now in marriage?
So when you are talking about the guy, think about the girl. It didn't stop there. And the guy was like, don't worry, it's going to be better and everything. This guy, he's 37 this year, has been working in Sheraton for 20 years. So meaning before he went to university. Now this guy started doing side business, went to learn how to do computers and everything in,
Puzzle.
you understand, in Computer Village. Now has started importing used computers. He's now living off Adeni Jones.
Okay.
I said that was, so before he moved to Adeni Jones, this girl's mother became ill, then passed. This boy was, all the little money he was getting was sending, being
Pouring
there.
it.
Guess what? When the girl's mother was telling the guy that, the guy told him that her mother said he's a good guy. When this girl's mother died, after he has supported her for the funeral and everything, she came back to say she can't marry him.
Because he was living in Egbeda.
And all the works.
Wow.
Now, I said that was not bad enough. And this guy tried to find out. They even did, all those sort of married so that, they can go abroad, but thank God it didn't work out. And the guy said he just kept thinking, kept praying to God that he just wants to see her one more time to find out where did he go wrong. This is someone who told me.
Most is vice versa. It happens both ways.
So guess what? Few months after the girl left the guy, he saw her heavily pregnant.
Oh.
So this thing is not, it's not
She
peculiar.
has been double dating.
Thank you.
She has been
So
double
when you
dating
talk
along.
about the men, there are women who are also evil. May God not align us with evil people.
Amen.
Period.
Okay.
That's on period. Okay, go
So
ahead.
you see, for a man to just date a lady, 1 year, 2 years, you didn't see her as a marriage, what do I call it? material. The yardage is not enough.
I am not ready to sew mini skirts or bomb shorts.
Of what is available.
Yes.
And you see some of these parents, so to say, some of them, I think I have encountered one or two. And some of them are really not nice. They will know they are not going to marry you. Or they see you as someone that is dateable. They can date you. They have no issue with that. So just say, no, cannot marry her. How will you feel?
And that was why at the beginning I said that there are circumstances, it's either family or health. I had an experience with a very close friend of mine while I was back then in school. And she's a sickle cell patient. But, and this guy you knew, the family knew. And suddenly, just at rounding up.
Oh, they knew she was a sickle cell
Sure.
patient. And they allowed the relationship.
Exactly. And this lady had done about some evacuations for him.
Can you imagine?
At least I'm very sure of 3.
You man do that.
And you couldn't stand your ground when your mother said, you know, she's a sickle cell, how will she be pregnant? And you couldn't tell your mother that this lady has
She's
been
been
pregnant.
pregnant before.
And not once,
That's
severally.
Yeah.
I mean, and then suddenly
I
you
know,
just
I'm
come.
talking about the mother.
And suddenly you just come and you tell him that there's just somebody my mom said I should go on with, and you
Just let
So
I mean, I wonder if men, because most times, honestly, 80% of this thing happens, women are the victims.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's very
you
few.
just paint.
I
You
agree.
just painted one of
I agree.
a very rare
Mercy,
scenario.
Mercy, I have a question. So the guy now said, oh, okay, that his mother has another option
Yes.
for, and that he's going for his mother's option.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Tell me, so if he loved the woman, would he go for
Good,
the
that
other
is
option?
That's exactly.
So when I told you that
he
it is
could,
not possible.
yes, it's
No.
possible.
No.
No.
See, you may know
men,
that.
see, men have issues.
pressure.
The way we love is not the way
Mercy,
men
Mercy,
love.
I agree with Ayo.
There is no
You
way.
cannot love a woman and then your mother will come in between.
Oh no!
Ayo, so wait,
they
happens.
pressurize you. You will not have your bearing.
Some people are mommy's boys.
No, I agree.
You cannot say no,
hold
especially
on.
when it comes to do with
But his heart belongs to
family.
the other.
hold on a
Yes,
second,
very
hold a
well.
second.
Because the truth is that even with 8, he was still coming for this girl. I want to be with you.
Let me show you.
let me explain something to you, princess.
Sorry, hold on, darling. You know there are some cases when I say it does happen. There are some mommy's boy, like she said. There are some cases where the guy heart belongs to the lady, and the parents pressurize him to marry their choice,
And he can't say no.
and he married their choice, and he will still be dating his choice. Have you not seen it?
I agree. We've
Have you not seen such a
I've
case?
seen,
He will still
I've not
go
seen
back
it
to
in life.
his choice. And, okay, I
I've seen
married
it
her.
inside my Yoruba movies. I
Okay,
mean,
I've seen it in life.
I've seen it. I'm a connoisseur of Yoruba movies. Shout out to you, my Yoruba crew. I love you guys. Now, the question is this: guy went to the girl and said, "We can't marry because mommy said I can't marry from your place, and mommy has presented another woman for me, and I'm marrying the woman." How long did he know the woman for?
Okay.
So that woman has been in the background.
Yes. No, some have been in the background.
Probably yes.
Yes, so, before he comes to announce it, they must have informed him. He must have even seen his girl, and he has even said, okay, let me try and consider.
Let me not
Yeah,
even
don't defend them. They are very dangerous.
No, so that is just to buttress the point to say that if you say you love me and you did
will
not
fight
choose
for
me,
you don't love me.
you don't love. What if you have been searching and that's the one pregnancy you get? That was enough for us to just that damper, and and he pulled us out. So that the issues where the guy marries his parents' choice, not his parents' choice, his other choice, because he has Ojukokuro, and then he went there, and now that one is ready to settle down for
that's the
mistress.
truth. You can't be loving someone and don't want to marry the person you say your mother said. It means your eyes were already in the one that your mother
So
said.
if you tell me that I love you, okay, so there's an issue. Oh, okay, we love ourselves. The guys, like I said, so he said he feels that marriage is a scam, and I'm like, no, I don't think marriage.
There are
is
some
a
people that
scam.
doesn't believe in
So
marriage.
that's
It's a
cool.
different case,
It's a
yes.
different case.
Yeah. They just want to have kids.
So we,
they don't
so
No,
even this one, something like, of course, so
There must
many
be another
things.
soon, yeah.
So it's very gentleman's understanding and agreement. Okay, so therefore, Thank you. Please to meet your hand.
Nice meeting you.
Nice
Thank you.
meeting you.
That's
We're going to be going on a short break.
Nice
When
meeting
we
you.
continue.
You don't have to break
Oh
the
my
table.
God, let's go on a short break.
break
When
the
we
table.
come back, we continue.
Do you understand?
This topic. Let's go on a short break. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation, WIC, and the table was actually shaking on marriage and relationship before we went on this break. Ayo was just shaking Mercy's hands. Thank you. It's nice meeting you. But anyway, welcome back. Thank you. And it's nice meeting you. Welcome back to the program. We were talking about marriage and relationship. We were dealing with, can a man love a woman and still don't want to marry her? I think we're done with that, because if I leave Ayo will shake everybody's hands
I
here.
have something to
Yes,
say.
yeah. You do have something to say.
In that
okay,
regard.
please, in
So,
that regard, 1
see,
minute.
I
Please.
have a situation where the guy dated the lady, and like I said, the parents were her friend, the lady's friend, that even to the extent if he comes to their son's house and the girl is not around, they will call. I've been to my son's house twice and you are not
You're not
around.
here.
I hope there is no issue. And you know, at times you come. Even when you have issue with your guy, the mother will call me like, my son said, you have not been coming. I'm around. Can you come over? What does that tells you? Like, she likes you. She wants you around. Now, the day he goes to tell them, I'm going to marry this lady, this same woman stood up physically and said, you cannot marry her.
Why?
She's too social. She's too social more than, she's civilized more than you. She will sell you. She will trade you. She can't marry her. And that was her reason. And the son said, but Mom, you always like this lady. You have always told me you like her. How all of a sudden you don't like her? She said she doesn't like her. She went as far as going to the lady's maternal home. Far. Traveled all the way to go and inform them that, meet the mother that, please call your daughter to order. I don't want my son to marry her.
What will you say, triggered that?
Thank you. Just her personal reasons. And this boy went ahead to marry the lady. They tried to pacify them because the father did not support the wife. You understand? The father did not support the mother.
The mother of the boy.
And it's like there was a divided house then. Some of the siblings also supported their brother. Some did not support. Okay, long story cut short, they got married. You know, because the father said, you cannot choose for him. He's an adult. Let him choose for himself. Nobody chose you for me. I chose you. You know, at a point she bowed low and they married. But it was her.
But how is the marriage now?
Oh, they've done pact. Because she never, you know that threat she
They've
made.
divorced?
Yeah, they have. That threat she made from the, so what I'm trying to bring out from this is this, to my fellow gender. Whenever you have such a scenario, it's a very, very bad red flag. The parents, any of the siblings said they don't want you. Look for shoe. Carry your leg. Carry the second shoe. Run. Because they may pretend, or the guy may prevail on
And
them.
you could even go spiritual.
Thank you. The guy may prevail on them to actually, okay, allow him
Yeah.
be. You understand? And the guy will succeed. They will marry you. You see that their first word, that word that they said, they don't want you. In their heart of hearts, they don't actually want you. So if you have such a scenario, my sisters, it's a red flag. Carry your shoe, come off your leg. Double your leg. Go.
Okay,
That
it's
is
a
my
red
advice
flag.
to all
Let's
ladies.
move on. Princess Edith has advised had advised us. So let's move on. Let's talk about the past. Does our past as a woman really affect a man marrying us?
Sometimes. And that's why,
I don't get that.
that is why we must be very careful in the life you live as a young lady or as a woman generally. Because the truth is, past affects the women more than the men. That's just the world in which we're in. Do you understand? Just imagine a lady that has been known to be a prostitute or something like that. And whether you like it or not, there's a president in the world today that the wife was a club lady. People are using it against him, even though he doesn't care. But whether or not, sometimes it affects. But it depends on individuals. You know, I believe love love supersedes a lot.
It does.
Just as the Bible will tell you that love covereth multitude
Of sin.
So it now depends on individual perspective, because there are some people that will tell you, I don't care about your past. I don't even want to hear about it. I'm good with you because I love you. So, but most times it affects, and that's why we must live a very careful life.
Very
That's
careful.
just my point.
What's your
Very
take on this,
careful and
Aya?
decent life.
You can see the way I have a smirk on my face. I'm not smiling. To be honest, my past. It's dependent on your age. It's dependent on your achievements. Whether you do, they will talk. So when they form stories about you, because where the mouth will get to, your legs probably have never even been there.
Yeah.
So
Possible.
you deny.
Probably.
I denied myself so many enjoyment because of what people would say.
See.
You understand? So what about the guy's past? Let me tell you,
No,
everything is
you know, she
depend-
said it's
I
affected
see.
the ladies.
more
than
than the
the
guys.
So I'm not. So what I'm saying in my so what I'm narrowing this down to my experience as a 50-year-old woman. You know, maybe for young girls, I'm not saying be wayward or anything. The kind of life that you are going to live beyond marriage. I mean, these are days of internet. You are aspiring to be a leader, whether in the community, in the at work, and all of that. So you should premise your life on certain values. People will talk about you. People will judge you. People do all
Even
of that.
say things that never
That-
happened.
That never happened.
So people are very good in framing up.
So framing up. So
Manipulative.
so that guy now hears all that manipulative and decides to go. It boils down on the choice you make.
Exactly what I just said.
The choice of the man that you make. It's all about that. You understand? This is me. So if you're not a strong man, if you're not articulate, if you're not cerebral, what are you coming to do because you have money? You understand? It's not about your money.
Okay, when we talk about past, what are we looking at as
I think
past?
moral. I think that is where we should
See,
look into.
this
When you're talking about past, it's not just about your achievements. I think when it's got to do with the women, just as I said, it
It's the
affects the
morals.
women are the victims. It's the moral aspect of your life.
life.
If you're very careful with the kind of life you lived,
When
I
growing
mean,
up, as
when
a young
growing up,
lady,
as a young girl, as a young lady, most times morals, because people also bring in, maybe, I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm going to be vulgar, but a lady that was probably a victim of rape, anyone using it against her, I mean,
The person
it's
is sick.
psychic. But I mean, if you were, like I said, you were into a wayward life, like a club girl, I don't want to go. Think about it. I mean,
Yeah,
See, let me tell you something. You know Nigerians, and a lot. I told you that my life was restricted because of what would people say. Now that is why you have a 50-year-old woman going through midlife crisis, wearing, clothes that will only cover her nipple because she did not do all of that when she was 18, 20, 35,
you see what I
and
always
40.
advocate for.
Say, hold on, princess. The thing is this. Morals are not. Values. What are your values? You talked about club girl. Now, so there are different, because maybe you meant like bronze girls,
strippers, people like that.
So there are strippers that you'll be shocked don't sleep around.
Yeah.
Let me come in there,
Yeah.
Ayo. I have a stripper, I know a stripper who is married with 4 children.
Yes!
It's a job.
It's a job.
Sign.
In this
She's
country,
not,
Yes.
she's not sleeping around.
It's
Do you
a
understand?
job.
Do you
The
get?
husband is comfortable. with
Yes!
it.
Has
very
a
comfortable.
husband
That's
and
what she
4
does for a
children.
living.
Yes.
See, Mercy,
No.
some
the one
see,
I know is
I'm
a
shocked.
stripper that she has a very working relationship. She's not a prostitute.
That's it.
She doesn't sleep
Yes,
around.
the same way.
And also
this
I'm a
one
dancer.
is.
I also know a dancer. I will give you a lap dance, massage dance. And she doesn't sleep around. When she's done doing that her
It's
job,
a
she puts
profession,
on the profession.
yes.
She puts on her normal dress. If you see her on the way, she's like SU.
Yeah. Of a stripper.
Okay, I think a stripper is this people that dance in short,
Without
naked.
clothes.
Yeah.
So let me help
you.
saying it.
So let me help you, baby
By
girl.
saying it, don't make her
So you're not just naked, baby girl.
No.
Let me just
Let me hear Ayo's definition.
No.
Can I hear Ayo's definition?
Baby girl, Mercy.
Yes,
Let
ma'am.
me help you, girl.
All right.
yeah. So a stripper is that lady with a zazazu body.
Zaga.
Now, she's not just going naked. She takes good care of herself.
The skin, yeah.
Her skin glows.
Her skin is her business. It's her market.
Her skin is her business. Now the only difference is just that she could do that lap dance or whatever, but you said stripper. So you have pole dancers who wear your turds, but then strip dancers would now have to fling some stuff. So at least she wears this that kind of pants you call catapult.
G-string.
Rope.
Okay.
So she'll now wear it for you. They will never go out without the rope.
Yes.
So they can now wear something very nice and flimsy to cover their bouncy, beautiful boobs. You know that girl that was dragged, some people thought they were going to disgrace her in the aircraft.
Yeah.
When they dragged the top down.
Yeah.
And when those orange something shit.
That
was
was exactly what made her trend.
Thank you.
That was exactly what made her
the enemies
take care of her body.
for evil. They now turn things around for good.
Really.
So
You need to see how we're scrambling to
It's
go and
a
watch
job.
that clip.
it's a job. You have bankers who sleep around to
Very
get
well.
gigs. You have
Nurses
lawyers.
like us do it.
We heard that
nurses
we
always
heard that there are
very well.
nurses that when they treat me, I don't know Asagafula. When they treat patients too, that they give the patient happy ending.
No,
Nurses.
that is masseuse.
Not
Masseuse
masseuse.
and massagers.
Yeah, masseuse.
they do-
That one is different.
Masseuse do.
When I say nurses, okay, so I've got my shout out to
I don't like this.
so shout out to my friend.
Don't let us deviate.
No.
We deviate to
It is not
professional.
not.
Stop shouting out and let's talk about.
It's not. I'm only putting my point that the fact that you say you feel that a stripper is wayward, I'm saying to you, no.
It's possible.
Just
Yeah,
But
unfortunately,
it's not
girls.
just a beautiful profession.
Unfortunately,
It's not just a
I
profession
have
that we
just
should
been
encourage our
told that our
children to go
time
into.
is
Oh.
I've just been told that our time is up, but Mercy, let me educate you a little from what Ayo had said. Strippers are professionals. You can't wake up and say, I want to be a stripper or a pole dancer. You have to be trained for it. What's the last word?
Oh, strippers are no wayward. But then, my last word would say we should actually watch out for our morals. When growing up, watch what you do, watch the company you keep. Because whatever you do now, we're setting.
The future is your mirror.
Yeah, the future is your mirror.
Go ahead.
Well, maybe I've had some eye-opening, some revelations, deep ones that I've never known. We'll learn every day.
Yeah.
But my word, especially my gender, is just mind what you do. Because I tell people, I said, your future is showing what's tomorrow.
Is there your
It's gonna-
hand?
Well, I mean, your past is your mirror to your future.
What your conscience tells you is right.
Okay.
Make yourself.
You don't have two lives. Make yourself
Aye,
happy.
Kolowa.
Anyway, this is where we're going to end today's topic. Thank you for joining us again.
you for
As
joining
always,
us.
I am Patricia Uromu Gabriel.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Time na money, yeah. Time na money. Do better thing. Money no they come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word I they tell you so. Oh yeah. Oh. This market where they see so. Now New Benin market for Oredo local government area. Edo South, Edo State, Nigeria. This market don't dey here for more than 50 years. Just like as Oba market and Ekiosa market. This now the popular New Benin market. Now, citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where they watch us online for ITV, for Facebook, for YouTube, you can see I say from time to time, fire they enter different markets. Like 20 years ago, fire don't enter this market. 15 years, 10 years ago, fire enter this market. That's why the same fire enter Oba market. That's why still enter Ekiosa market. But you go see I'm say government don't they change Oba market to modern market. Government don't see they change Ekiosa market to modern market. That's why say the contractor not there on site for Ekiosa market. Now government don't talk say this New Benin market time don't reach where they go turn out to modern market. What we say go be austere, police station, road go dey inside, car park go dey inside, everything go dey inside. But the traders they talk now say if government can't talk say they want to destroy this New Benin market, where they will go. However, if you look around the environment of this market, you go see I'm saying now stores, now they left, right, up and down. The surrounding, so the market women they talk now say if they can't come up for this market, where they want to go because space not there outside. After God, now government. Money no they come from heaven. Where they so? Now where they call Kemi. Whether you be Christian or you be Muslim, anything where they do, tradition is tradition. Against our countries where they work where you not believe, but they work. But the information where I bring come be say government say listen, yes, wait.
Wetin we want that be say if before they say they won't break our market, make they go finish all those markets and they go find where they won't place us put.
We want to turn this New Benin market to a modern market. You know, see a market. You know, see a market. You know, see a market.
Now we take the eat. Now we take the try our children.
Now old school be this. I give you the Becky. I give you the
caravan. Why we go the caravan? We not done. I go rere. Where we tara? We go sima. Why we ma put got? Why we ma we here?
The market in old school. The market in old school. The government can fear we here. Market what charge? I want to go find the Iyaki. Sorting the apple. Government said this was store not too old. They want a new one.
Why did they happen? Now they don't just do the market. Look it up. Now this market. No. Tomorrow. They build one. They build another one for us. Now we build that by ourselves.
Market, government say this market is not too old. They want to change that to modern market. So that hospital go there, hospital go there, police station go there.
No.
Market. No.
We not agree.
Okay, mommy, what will be the problem? Now where you go stay? Now where you go pack your things go?
I know they go anywhere. Yes, I know they go anywhere. No, New Benin market. You don't tell when I get this New Benin market. You don't tell. During the time of Lucky, now this market is gone.
Where your shit? This shit now old school that they call her. Where walk your man there? Aluminium. I dey for New Benin market. As government done, they renovate so many markets. They renovate Oba market, Ekiosa market, New Benin market. Now they turn now. Government will build this New Benin market to modern market. Yes.
They say they want builder.
Yes.
You know the man are not builder. I just want to scatter. Man are go builder. Man are go about market. This place we like as it be. We got repair about ourselves. If you not as it be. No, we like as it be. We don't want to repair about us. We as it be. We like that. We like that. We like that.
Market where police station go there.
No.
Market go there. Market where get go there. This guy whatever they do. Aluminium, aluminium.
We don't want that. We don't want to. We don't want to. We don't want that.
One they come, but not one waka.
Eh?
Not to done at the cabinet. What we not para our load go.
You know, say they do Obama market and a Kiosa market now.
They do Obama market and a Kiosa market. We did the one come, oh, part the low come out. Our law men move go fair we want put on.
Who said they will work again?
I know I swear.
Yeah, I swear.
Thank you, sir.
But government say they want to be so that this your
No,
place will be a
come. We did that they come. Everyone know. Me not we want put our load. Like not say I'm no, we want go pack and put.
You're going to do business for outside the market now.
Do business for other markets, huh? Huh? That will not be issue. No way they stole like we want pack and go. We don't have they come. No one want to pack and come out.
Whether na my house or government house you want pack and go. Abi.
Stand your house.
Time na money, yeah. Time na money. Do better thing. Money no dey come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Oh yeah. Oh. I don't know what come for New Benin market since. I don't know say the traders that don't they talk. They say government, if you destroy this place, where we want go? But they for foul line now. Make I go ask them. However, they say make we let the local government chairman know and the state governor know say. However, I say that they need well for this market. Say dirty, not be their portion. But this place now foul line are there so. Different kind of chicken. Agree to now. Money no they come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Oh yeah. Oh. Benin market women how na dey? Wetin dey pain una for una mind? Wetin una want make government know?
Wetin want make government know say they say they want come destroy foul line. We no want because we never hear am. We never hear now before say that they start to destroy falling one line for market. 2 lines they go leave the front. We don't want that one. We don't tell them say this market no born as market born reach for Edo State. This market no born. We don't want make they leave us. If they say they want help us, nobody they forbid help. We ready make they help us. We go tell them what we want. Make they take help us. Make they tell us they drive us. But we go walk away. But we don't want. We don't want to come on, we want to stay here.
A big government don't investigate so kind yama things where they affect all this chicken the day,
Right from beginning. This foul line. This line there for more than 50 years. Not happen.
This foul line.
Yes.
For more than 50 years.
Yes, sir. See, they make their hands. Make they look all shade. Shade no dirty. We know say true say foul the shit. It test that day. Motor they come they carry am. Motor they come, they carry the dirty, they go. Other people they come, they carry our dirty. We they pay. So we don't need all those ones. They want stress us. Now we they beg them. We they beg them, make they leave us alone. But we suffer there.
But government, I make government come check them.
They don't come now. They come.
Okay, mommy.
They come.
What thing concern you for this matter?
Now my source of living. Now I do market where I take train my children. Where I dey now here I do the market. I don't know oppression where they want to oppress us so. Beg them, make them leave us here. They say they want just carry us go another direction. Why if it's only 3 line and they want to destroy inside the whole market?
If I come out here now, I'll go meet Honorable Gabriel Seduseri, the Oredo local government chairman. Say una don't talk, una don't allege the local government. Say they want to destroy foul line out of all the line where they inside this market.
I make a rekida. Everybody a money na eso bia fa akida na kokeya. Iya gbe mi ame. Ibi ba wala bibi koko oluga gbabu ami ke ba bia wo. O to se le la wo gbo gba tun ya. Eri owo na. Ma no gba kia. ọ̀rọ̀ kan náà yà bìẹ̀ níyà lọ́wọ́ náà tó gbọ́ ọ̀kọ̀ náà kàmí yàrá máa pè bí bá yàrá wẹ̀ bò.
Mommy, wetin concern you for this matter?
This matter concern me well. Now day when I born my children, now I trade them. So they all come now, they say they want to destroy the market. Where we can't go, we not get anywhere. Many of us they here, many of them day where they not get husband. Now this market they live. And about 2, they want start to the break market, not be from center. They'll go start from first line. Now me say they want break market. Not me say they all come say they want start for 2 line.
Concern you for this matter?
Wetin concern me my brother I be widow. My pikin dey 2 years and 6 years when my husband die. Na that fowl market na I take train there. Now we still there now. The one wey me say I wan just beg the governor for. Wetin concern me chairman me with am no get anything. Na governor me with am dey talk now. Say abeg.
Look camera dey watch.
I be widow, I no dey see. Na person dey carry me come market here. I no get where I will go. If I dey go now, I may not see you now. You just dey with me. Before God and man, I no see you. I no even see anything. Me, I no fit dey use God. They lie.
So make come and leave foul line alone.
I just dey peel. I just dey peel, abeg. With my knee, if I kneel down for am, I don't know whether I senior am, whether I senior me.
Don't hear.
Yeah, abeg.
Don't destroy our source of income.
Fowl business, I don't do more than 35 years. I never see something like this before. So when the red door come, you know, even let us talk. You say me 2 people call, you carry police, carry soldier, follow body. That's all of us they fear that day. So we say we not want make them demolish this fowl line, the 2 line. We never see, and if they demolish it go affect other shade. Like this one now. See cloth, our fowl line now. They attach and join the fowl people they sell cloth. Once that they demolish her, I been a hand. If na caterpillar they want use, the thing go affect those ones, and it go affect so many shades apart from a fowl line. And number 2, you go see our cage now. See this cage, that one way dey inside. If you want do one now, it's over 300,000 to do one. Where we go see that money? Where we go? Where you go take do one? Because this one now we fit carry am, but that one you not fit carry am because we build am join the wall. If you want do one now, it's 300,000, more than 300,000. So we not get that kind of money where we come, the one they don't destroy, we can't find money again. Where we can't do.
However, this chicken, now they stay.
Now here that they stay.
And now they feed them.
Yes.
And now they pack their.
With the pack their, even the intestine.
Come on for road.
Even the intestine.
Come on for road. No worry.
See, we go leave her here. Then the ones where they inside, those ones where they inside, those ones now. Like that one we just they talk. If you want to do that cake now, if they go 500,000, this one now 300,000. If they destroy, we many widows they inside, single mothers they inside. Those where just see the grow they come they inside. So we never see. We don't want to make them demolition.
So now what make them leave us? Local government. Because the local government they in charge of markets.
We know.
Make them leave foul like people.
Yes. So the money where you say what bank want use, make them use and make them give us borehole. If not drill, make them do one. We don't want to make them demolition. Make them help us. We they maintain our. You will see most of the shade now. Ties there. So we don't want make them demolition because the demolition we go suffer.
May I go check other place? Money no dey come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Oh yeah. Where my eye?
Ekiosa, they never build up. Oba market, they never finish. So they say they won't break New Benin. May they first finish those 2 markets. If they finish, we go green. Like somebody like me, an officer, my husband don't die. I get husband. People think we be sick with today. And many of us dey, like somebody like me, I mean they carry us, I mean they carry my children. As I just be so, now me they carry my children, I mean they carry my home. So no, government, no, they not they feed me, government not they feed me. At least as it be like this, they go very easy woman. Woman be like us. As a mother, you get my, maybe you go get my man. Your mama go the market now. One good day they come break the market. Maybe get what they take to support you. All those children don't feel. You understand?
I tell you now, government don't look this market now. They say God forbid, but say market fire enter this market. Say this market go burn to ashes.
No.
That's why government want build that curtain where they about market and the kind where they build for
our market will be burn again. God, our ancestors don't cover that one. Our market not go burn in Jesus' name. That one not go happen again. Maybe waiting if they plan, God not go green. And our ancestors when he did this market as Ijeneki, he not go let them get heads. So now waiting me get to talk.
I bet for people when they watch us, what be Kevin.
This one, petty things and spiritual things. All these days, now this one is they protect. More than they protest. So maybe the pikin they when they say they do now conversion, they go buy something here. We know they say what they do bad to you. Now what they peer pikin.
What the person if they make money?
Yeah, no, we know they do all those ones. Maybe the king go abroad now, but the king go better for that side. You still do all those things now we they do now we they say.
Be all this kemi,
yes.
all this
you go chalk or women you blow out to ancestors.
What you talk us now?
This chalk, you go grana, you go put salt. Yes, once you grana, you put salt. You give our ancestors say, God, see, I don't get money to do any sacrifice now. See, I go do this thing for me. You go do it for you.
What you go concern this one concern you?
This one. Now, Odegbe, if maybe you see say the seat not too hard, maybe the person in the hospital don't say I don't want Odegbe. We are our son. That's why you give nice people because people don't put hand for the thing.
Okay. But what of all this call now? See all this one.
All these ones now. Waiting until they do so kind things.
So kind things.
Yes.
You say if I miss Uruwe and salt.
Yes.
I do one like this.
Yes.
All my enemies.
All of them don't fall.
Enemies want try to bring us down. They cannot bring us down. Down. Down they go. However, as an area journalist, one of the things where I don't investigate for this new Benin market, they say the people where they sell fowl, this line 1, line 2, they surprise out of all the line with inside this market. Now they are line, they can't talk, say they want first start the demolition. Now it shock them. That's why they tell government now say if they want start maybe all over. Not be saying you can't start from this line, but however, they say they not get choice and they not go get where they go now. That's why they beg the government, local government and the state government, make them check them well and make them balance and well. However, say where they do this, they are fowl business on a daily basis. Say most of them don't do this business for more than 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. That now they know how they take they pack their fowl shit, and now they still know where they throw away the fowl shit.
Now to the council
now beg with the happy. May our governor may come to our aid. May talk to Oredo Chairman. Now beg now with it because Oredo Chairman tell us say now the May ending. This month ending where we dey so we not get where we dey go. Now beg now we dey beg. May them leave us for our shade. If they get anything as I first token, may they come put borehole. If not drillage, what it go make them better, but not to destroy our shade.
I'll go meet her come up for you. All of this gutter. When they sweep up, when they push up, when they clean up, when they wash up, when they put the toy. The gutter you there so you know the smell. The smell. Without the goal, Baba. Honorable Chairman,
thank you.
This market women from New Benin, first of all, there be the fear, but they can't come here now. Now, two things. So, the first one, they say you want to change that New Benin market to modern market, just the way urban market and the close and all they go on. But these people where they this foul line, they fear. But really address us. What do you want to happen to these people where they sell foul for New Benin market? What will be the update?
Yes, what they heard from us was
going down to PG so that.
Okay. What thing they happen? Be say World Bank get one program where then they do. We make them send their certain agencies to come here. They can't choose New Benin market. Say they want to come build for us. What is it they call poultry market? They call it El Press, poultry market. This market, not just 2 line only for the whole market they want to use. They are building it to a modern standard. One, to avoid diseases based on the way they are slaughtering their chicken inside the market. They want to give them the modern way and all the requirement they need to put these things in order. So what they are doing there is not to take their shop, is to rebuild it. And we have promised the market people that we will take their number and their name. So when they finish, we will return the shop back to the original trustee.
Okay, but they fear say if they start the project, maybe it's gonna go take another 10 years or 5 years to finish the project.
What they promise is 90 days. And if they don't finish it in less than 90 days, we will take them back to the same place to do their business. The local government is here to protect them. It's not like other projects. It's not even a big project. It's a small project, just 2 lines. It's something that even we as local government can do in less than 2 months. So for the benefit of doubt, it's just 3 months that we want to do this project. It's not a local government project. It's not even state. It is World Bank. And they have given it to other local governments. For us, we are only beneficiaries. And I'm appealing to all of them to be patient. That when they are ready by the ending of this month, we will not take more than 2 or 3 months. That project will be completed. And it's going to be for their benefit. For that we get more customers. People like us who used to buy chicken from places like supermarket and the rest. I would now like to go there to buy because the environment is clean. They are using the modern materials, the environment, everything. And at the same time, it will be void of diseases. Yes, to be void of diseases.
Okay, before I let you go, any plan to modernize that market? That food market, because that market don't old.
Yes, that is one of the oldest markets in Benin.
New Benin market?
It's one of the oldest markets. And I think it's high time we start thinking of renovating and rebuilding. But we are going to do that if they agree that we do it. If they don't agree, we leave it as it is. For me, I think the governor has the final say. If the governor decide and give approval for the rebuilding, they will have no choice but to cooperate with the state government. I cannot do that on my own without permission from the state government.
My honorable chairman, I thank you for the time you to address us. I greet you, Maga. Think with the plan, the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you. What be the plan? We say the World Bank and federal government now they collaborate for this program. For the states, apart from Edo State and some few states where they did this program, so now only few of us throughout South. Now only Edo State did this program. So what they do be say now on livestock that the better farmers where they into livestock. Livestock not be only poultry, fishery day, cow day, goat day, other things day whether they work on now. So the program name now Air Press now from federal government. So this local government wetin they bring come here be say they look through that market, they find out say the market don old, their drainage system e no dey fit carry their influence, the shit and the fowl feather wey dey come from the market. So people no even dey gree go there well again. So when they don carefully look the place, now they say they need to rebuild this place for them. So they now come local government, come talk with chairman, say they need to rebuild that place for them, make them modernize, put equipment wey go make the work even easier for them, like the feeding machine, deep freezers, then borehole. They want put solar. Then they go put vet doctor's office for there in case their fowl even get program.
Inside that market?
Yes, all of these ones go there inside the market. Vet doctor go there, vet doctor's office. So all these things that they don't package. So last week now they come the engineer where they don't already build this the payment for this program. So chairman come ask them say when una take start, then they say they go there, the women pursue them.
say they don't need change. They want to remain the way they are. And the government is saying, Tinubu is saying, I don't want the country, the state, the local government to remain the way they are. I want changes. We are working. Let the work show. People, they say they know they work. Work don't come now. Why not go say no? The local government chairman come beg the women. All of us go to the market. We can't go beg them. Say, we not allow this change come.
From shop A to shop Z.
All of
those
them.
People will get their space there. If they don't build this modern one, they go return back to
I
that
tell
space.
you, what even make am be say they not start this program this week. They not start the building. Now when the engineer can't talk, he can't say those deep freezers, the vet office and the defensory office, say na 3 office they want take for inside. Now chairman say no. The 3 office must join the offices where they before they must complete. So you may not displace anybody or you don't want that one. He can't tell the engineer, say bring your paper, engineer come show, and now he can't say no engineer. Urban market, the issue already there. You know what issue for New Benin? The number of markets were there before, now you must see there. Find another place where you carry your defensory machine, go another office. Now the man can say, okay, let them go back to their plan to change it. So they will not deck the front, put the 3 offices there. That's why the job, they delay now. If not, because they need to get approval from the World Bank and the federal government. Say they don't change plan. As I tell you now, other local government get this project. I come from Ovia before they transfer me here. Ovia hold on, they work. So I don't own to work.
I show that.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the
Paternity fraud is the intentional misrepresentation of a child's biological father. This deception can have profound emotional, financial, and legal consequences for the man who was misled into believing he is the biological parent, the mother, and the child involved. It's one form of misattributed paternity or paternal discrepancy. Specifically, paternity fraud is the intentional misidentification of a child's biological father. Paternity fraud is distinct from other unintentional misattribution which may arise from simple error, an accident such as mix-up during fertility treatment or a sexual assault. Paternity fraud is a significant and growing concern in Nigeria, driven by societal pressures, infidelity, and increasing accessibility of DNA testing. Recent reports from DNA testing centers suggest that approximately 1 in 4 men who seek paternity tests discover they are not the biological fathers of their presumed children. Paternity fraud is a situation where a woman misleads or deceives a man into believing and accepting he is the biological father of a child. It is a rampant, growing, but underexploited issue in Nigeria with significant ethical, legal, and social consequences. Despite anecdotal evidence suggesting a high percentage of up to 40% in some private DNA testing centers, there is a critical research gap in empirical data and logical provision addressing paternity fraud. Existing family laws do not explicitly recognize paternity fraud, leading to inconsistent judicial outcomes and inadequate restitution, restitution for affected individuals. Cultural taboos connected to paternity testing further complicate the issue, as requesting a DNA test is often perceived as distrustful or disrespectful, challenging deeply held cultural values. This study examines the ethical dilemmas, legal gaps, cultural influences, and social impact of paternity fraud in Nigeria.
It's a welcome development. I don't have any issues with it at all. People don't just wake up and demand for DNA tests. It is based on circumstances and issues around relationship and trust. And that is why you see people coming up to say they want to be sure. We've had a whole lot of issues around paternity, both from the male angle and from the female angle. So we've had issues. And the only way you can draw finality or conclusion to it is when you ask for a DNA test. Now, the good thing about DNA test is that it is either 99% or 0%. So it's very easy to know that this is my child and this is not my child. Very easy. And I want to say that for me, I don't have any issues. I don't have any problem. I encourage it, particularly when there are doubts around the issue of birth. I don't see any reason if there are circumstances and you are demanding for paternity test. If there are no issues, then why are you afraid of it? You shouldn't be afraid when you know your hands are clean. So on the issue of breakages of marriages, of course it will happen. If it happened that it's negative or it's positive, I mean, and it happened that your suspicions are correct, certainly it will lead to either divorce or separation, basically. I don't think that is a social problem at all, but it will also give you rest of mind to say, yes, either this is my child or not. We must begin to live faithfully with each other. I think that is it. If you know you are not faithful, also you should also know that you can be cut out, basically. That there is a way we can identify and find out if you were faithful in your marriage. All these things lead to succession as well, property rights and succession rights. So it is not just only paternity issues. It goes a long way when it comes to property devolution, as well as other areas of social issues that we must also look at. You do not want another person's child to inherit your property. So those are the things. You see, it's not something that just end up with the man and the woman. It goes further than that. And you will also recall that late MKO Abiola, before he died, insisted that the majority of his children should be tested. And that happens. And you all know the result of that test. a lot of those kids or a lot of those children were not his at all. And because of that, they were denied the rights of property inheritance. You see, but of course, he would have done that probably when he was alive. So I don't see anything wrong with it. It should be encouraged in society, and it should be encouraged globally.
It has become a thing that people now practice it because of some reasons. Otherwise, before now, it's assumed that once a woman is pregnant and she's married, that pregnancy belongs to her husband, and eventually the child belongs to the husband. But within some circumstances that you now find that maybe the child is sick and the child is taken to the hospital, he needs blood transfusion, the blood does not rhyme with the supposed father and things like that. I think that's where the idea of doing DNA came about. And you and I know that it can be so disappointing that you are raising a child only for you to discover that that child is not yours. And to avoid all this, that's where they brought the idea of doing DNA. And also, when they want to travel out, well, there are also issues there. So you go to embassy with so much confidence, and at the end of the day, you find that the children you have taken to embassy to get visa, they are not yours. So it's really disheartening. But I want to advise my fellow women, let us be truthful to our husbands. If you know you can't stay with the man, instead of jumping around, just get out of the marriage so everybody knows that you are single. Instead of pretending to be married, and yet you are more of a single person. And at the end of the day, you bring other men's children for the man to take care of. And at the end of the day, there are issues. So instead of putting yourself in that disgraceful manner, just stay on your own, and they know that you are not married. And you can do whatever you want into your life. Nobody is going to ask you, why are you doing that? In every action, there are always consequences. So everybody should stick to what belongs to them, so that the children you have will know that they are yours and things like that. But even the men, they do it with recklessness, except when the man eventually dies. You see people coming from every angle that this man was my father and all that. And I think that is not healthy. So let us believe morally. God says, if do not fornicate. So, and you know the punishment of fornication. So let's just avoid it and be faithful to our partner.
Findings reveal that economic insecurity, societal pressure on women to bear children, and restricted access to affordable DNA testing contribute to the problem. Key causes of paternity fraud include marital infidelity and concealment. Women may hide that a child was conceived with someone other than their partner to avoid divorce or abandonment. This can also happen when a woman gets pregnant, probably for her ex. In order to save her marriage and family reputation, she will cleave to an unsuspecting innocent loving partner, especially when the wedding date has been fixed. It does happen when the woman's husband lives abroad for greener pasture. Perhaps he stays out of the country for a couple of years and occasionally comes to visit once a year or once every 2 years to 5 years, leaving the woman lonely and vulnerable to temptations from other men. These ladies sometimes sleep with their house help or security guards. The brothers or best friend of the said man abroad may be lured into their net if they are not careful. Another factor is financial motivation, a desire to secure child maintenance, inheritance, or financial support from a financially stable man. Sometimes desperate ladies go a long way to tie the man of their dreams with pregnancy. They know fully well that the pregnancy does not belong to the said man. Due to the financial stability, they can get pregnant for any man of their choice to remain relevant in the scheme of things.
In our mother's days, they don't even know what is called DNA. Because when you are married, you are married. You live with your husband and your children. It's one family. There's no looking out. And if you look out, they have punishment for it, grave punishment for it. So that was like a standard control that our parents used to sustain friendship in marriage, to sustain respect in marriage, and to sustain oneness in marriage. But these days, it's so unfortunate that young people no more take marriage very seriously. No more take relationship very seriously. They no more take oneness of the family very seriously. And all our culture and traditional effects of such misbehavior is no more in practice. So the best option is to go for DNA. And now we show anything that is not made by God may not be 100% correct. That is the truth about life. Anything that is not made by God is not 100% correct. So even the DNA, how we show is 100% correct. The person that is doing the test in the lab, any little mistake will give a bad name to a dog in order to hang it. So the way forward is that all those our cultural practices, traditional practices that are healthy should come back. We should effect it. What is important is your heart, your mind, your conscience before looking at deterrence from outside. In marriage, your heart, your mind, your conscience. This will guide you in order for you not to go astray, either as a man or as a woman. Then when these virtues are lost, then we begin to call for DNA. Of course, that's the last resort that will solve the problem. If a woman is accused innocently, then the woman can confidently say, let's go for DNA. And that woman will be vindicated. That's the last resort for now that we have. People are ready to go and swear. Even if you say go and swear, people are ready to go and swear. After swear, they go and do other things to counter this swear.
If it is done sincerely, it brings sanity to preserve marital vow. And at the same time, if a man and a woman knows at the end of their journey, something will come suddenly like this, everybody will check each of ourselves. And the word integrity will prevail. Even nowadays, nobody cares. Nobody wants to know or care about integrity. And that is why sometimes, before you marry in those days, our parents want to know from which family do you want to marry. They go deep into it. If it's a family where you are hit and run, they will not allow. But a woman who has no manner or a man who cannot really preserve, go from one place to another, just bringing babies. And when you find out most of the children, they are sick, you don't need the cause. It's because Fanta face and Coca-Cola body. You find out the father is from another person, the mother is from another place. So how do we go about it? So it's in order to allow integrity to prevail in marriage, I think it is very good and better. And also people should always know that anything you do in secret will come up one day. So I think I personally encourage it. We don't start what you cannot end. When you don't want your house to be broken, we must allow the truth and the honesty. Where your marriage is tailored by your parents, they pay your dowry. Fine, you are being attached to yourselves. And you need to grow into yourself and then bring out children. That's what the Bible says. But the child you want to bring out, or children, are they from one source? They are not corn that you grown up under. So we pray that no broken home, but if your house is broken, you want to find out why. If you mess up your bed, how do you want to lie on it? I encourage it. See if anything come contrarily, you will find out if it is really not. I'm not talking about short course test. You do tests that is not a Yahoo test, retest, and whatever it comes out, fine. What brought this matter of DNA test is reality. Yeah, because sometimes hunger can kill faith. At the time that there is hunger in the land, a stupid person can just come and dash current of pounds or dollars, then you fall off, you derail like trail. So that is why it is good this should be done, and then it's a legacy they want to follow. Wherefore sincerity we are talking, and integrity will prevail. That will prevail in a marriage. Sincerity, integrity is what we are talking. Now when you have this, you may not bother, but when, in order to be properly sure, go ahead doing it, so that you have rest assured, peradventure anything happens,
Social stigma and pressure, fear of stigma, pressure to produce children, or pressure from family to have a father figure present. In Nigeria today, some ladies, in order to save their marriage, go extra mile to bear children for their partners, sometimes due to cultural pressure of having a male child or just to have children. Some religious women sleep around with the heads of a religious organization to bear children. Some ordained pastors and imams, traditional worshippers, some working class women get intimate with their colleagues in their places of work just to have children or male child in order to save their marriages.
I am fully in support of that. In terms of this, our modern living, why I really say I support it is that a whole lot of men have trained children for other people, being that they don't even know if they are the actual fathers of the children. The kind of lifestyle most of our ladies live these days, I will encourage that the government should make it reasonably affordable for every man or every child to have his DNA done. The reason for me, again, is that if you know the DNA of your child or you know the paternity test of a child, it gives you an in-depth responsibility for you to cater and do what you expect to do for that particular child all through life. But when you don't do it, or when you are not able to do it, when you start seeing some traces of abnormal character emerging from a child, you start imagining, what is this one coming from? And when these things keep happening like this, you see that you will lose trust. And at the end of the day, the psychological effect is enormous. It can even derail the entire system, the entire system of the man or the family. So that is just one of it. We also know that it has so much negative effect in doing it, because sometimes there are certain stories that don't need to be told in the course of living. So I will say that we have some things, some people can manage a family. They may have some maybe limitations in terms of their production and all that from the men, and the woman tries to go out of her way to balance the entire house. And when she goes out of that ways and gets the house balanced, perhaps bringing the child or something like that, and then the man eventually find out that this is not my child, it derails the man. For me, sometimes we allow it slide, but majorly it is better we call a spade. We iron things out and make things work. Let the man know if he's adopting, let him know he's adopting. If he's not adopting, let him know the state he is. I will stand with that. But that doesn't deter us from telling us that sometimes certain things have to be kept quiet for peace to reign, for the entire community to be at peace.
Marriage is built on trust. And when you talk about DNA is like a breakdown of trust. When there's no breakdown of trust, DNA won't come. The reason why DNA cannot be ruled out, because you are living with human beings. You cannot also rule out the issue of trust and distrust. So it is there to clear doubt. So DNA naturally should not be compulsory for everybody. DNA test should not be compulsory for everybody. It should not be optional. When there are issues of doubt, then DNA cannot clear that doubt of paternity questions. So the point I'm making is that DNA came to solve a particular situation where people had doubt on the paternity position of their kids. And we find out from results that most time the DNA prove 99.9% no paternity. So we have also found out that DNA comes out to say that paternity correct. So the point I'm making is that DNA should not be made compulsory by government. DNA should be the last resort to clear doubt when there are issues of trust. It's very important. Okay, so that's the reason why we encourage couple. This extramarital activity can actually lead to this issue of doubt. When there is trust in marriage, you've married your wife, you have cohabited and begin to raise children, the issue of DNA would never come up. Yes, but when there are this issue of cohabiting extramarital activities, you will discover that when there are issues, that will come in. Secondly, we have seen that, a child is sick, come and donate blood. And at the end of the day, the blood is not matching. What do we do? Then those are questions of that. So we have also seen situations. This guy was sick. The child, 5 years old, took the child to the hospital. The father was to donate blood. They tested the blood is not matching. It was questioning. And after the shouts and all of what that comes through all of that, the woman also did a DNA and discovered that it was not also her. And when they now went back to where they discovered there was mistake from when the child was given birth to, they had mistakenly exchanged that child. And because the woman knew herself, the woman insisted and went through all the rigorous, and they were able to find those people who they gave birth same time in that same facility, and they find her own child. So the DNA naturally cannot be ruled out. There are issues of doubt that it has come to solve. So this is my position. Number one, it cannot now be a must that you just have your child, you go and do DNA. No, it will create doubt. When such an accusation against the wife, after the result, such marriage can no longer be as it used to be, because there's already doubt, there's already breakdown of trust, and one of the power of marriage is trust. So we must ensure that this trust base is kept. It is only when the trust is no longer there, then the paternity test becomes very important.
Emotional relationship security. The intention to trap a partner, keep a relationship together, or create a two-parent household. This is where the woman picks on any man of her choice that she felt will be able to stand the test when she gets pregnant, not minding that she's already in a relationship with another man that she intends to get married to, or she's already a married woman living in her husband's house. This may not be the same for every woman, because we have most women in Nigeria that respect relationship and of course respect the tenets of marriage, irrespective of the pressure built upon by society and family to bear male children or still to have children. Other case is uncertainty and concealment. In case where the mother is unsure of the biological father, she may choose a partner to be the legal father. This goes for women with multiple sexual partners. They may not know the guy that got them pregnant. On realizing they are pregnant, they choose from the region of sexual partners, especially the one they feel is financially stable and responsible, to be the father of their unborn child. Cultural factors. Pressure to have children, particularly male children, in some cultures can drive women to hide the true paternity. This can happen in a traditional setting when the line of succession must be maintained. In order to maintain the lineage of the throne, some women will go out of their way to bear a male child or children to maintain the rulership of the clan. The question that is somewhat difficult to answer is whether families should be encouraged to go for paternity tests when the children are born to prevent a foreseen heartache. To ensure clarity in raising a family, a man is sure of. Another nagging thought is how many Nigerians can afford the money to go for a paternity test. It's quite expensive, and an average Nigerian will not be able to foot the bill for a child paternity test, talk less of 2 or 3 children. With a high level of infidelity in Nigerian society today, how can a man secure his home without doubt, know for sure that the children he's fathering are his? There are causes and effects, actions and reactions are equal and opposite. Men, if you must travel out of the country, try everything within your power to take your wife along. After some months or years, let it not be for too long. Women, the choices you have to make as a mother goes a long way to affect the family. Maintain your dignity as a woman or a mother. Put your emotions in check no matter the pressure. Family members, do not put undue pressure on the husband or wife because of the absence of children in your son's marriage. Remember, be it male or female child, they are all gifts from God. Do not put yourself under undue pressure because you want a male child. Men have died of heartache or heart attack on realizing that the children they raised as their children were never theirs. Families shattered on finding out that though they grew up together, did everything together for a long time, were never of the same father. Look around families in Nigeria today. Men are divided beyond recognition as the battle for paternity is tearing the fabric of the society apart. Trust dashed, love thrown out of the window, husbands and wives of dagger drawn, children confused on how to relate with the man they once called father. In all of this commotion, some men do not mind if the kid is theirs as long as they were the ones that the child gets to call father. Men have died of heartache or heart attack on realizing that the children they raised as their children were never theirs. Families shattered on finding out that though they grew up together, they did everything together for a long time were never of the same father. Look around families in Nigeria today. Men are divided beyond recognition as the battle for paternity is tearing the fabric of the society apart. Trust dashed, love thrown out of the window, husband and wives as dagger drawn, children confused on how to relate with the man they once called their father. In all of this commotion, some men do not mind if the kid is not theirs as long as they were the ones that the child gets to call father. Some families choose to bury such dark secrets to keep the family together by living with the pains of betrayal in each of their waking days. As for the ones that cannot take it, they had to court for divorce or return the bride price of the woman if the wedding was based on tradition. Look at that son or daughter of yours. Is he or she truly your blood as a father, as a mother? Look at him or her very well. Is he truly the son or daughter of your husband? That man you call father, is it truly your father? Don't you think it's better to go for a paternity test? Who's your daddy? Who's your dada? Who's your pappy? Don't you think as a child you need to know who your father is? Wilson Omasho reporting.
RTV, certainly the best. RTV, certainly the best.
Welcome to the program Youth Perspective on Independent Television. I'm your host, Joy Obaisiagbon, and you know how we do it here. We talk about societal matters from the youth perspective. Today is no different. Today we're looking at love and dating in the modern era. Actually, submission and obedience. Is it the same thing or is it not? So today I'll be having this conversation with my guest, David Isene. Thank you very much, David, for joining me today.
Thank you very much for inviting Joy. It's lovely to be here with you.
I look forward to having a very wonderful conversation with you.
It's a very interesting topic.
You look like you have a lot to say.
Let's see.
Okay, all right, let's get right into the conversation. So for you, David, obedience and submission, do you think it's the same thing? For this our generation now, talking about dating and, love in this era.
Well, I would be a liar if I say that there is no no difference between what we used to know or what our parents knew and what we face now. Obviously, there is a big difference in the fact that we even have to speak about it in a show is a proof that there is a difference.
Okay, yeah, of course.
Because I don't think it was a topic before, in the time of our parents. I don't think they sat down to, have this kind of conversations. I know it tells that certain things have, changed over time, or certain things have been revolted against, as against the way it used to be. So personally, for the question, I think that there is a difference from what used to be and what is now.
Okay, for you, what is submission? What does submission mean to you?
For me, well, I would say, first of all, if I'm going to speak from the normal English explanation of submission.
Of course, English.
it's like delegating your authority to someone else.
Okay.
We need to first emphasize the fact that probably the person has a certain authority, but he chooses not. It's a matter of choice. Chooses not to use that authority or chooses not to wield the authority and gives it to someone, to wield the authority over the person. Naturally, we would say that every man that is born has a certain freedom, especially matters of choice and decision making. Your ability to not use those decisions and someone else is using it over you is actually submitting to another person's authority. So we can say submission is a matter of bending for someone else to speak over and then you follow. So it's like giving yourself over to leadership of another person.
So relating that to today's dating, the modern, this era of dating and love, can you, relating it to that, do you think it actually influences, does it contradict to your own definition of submission, like having to give up authority? Do you think that this generation, we can actually do that?
Well, I believe that this generation, we are capable of many things.
Okay.
We are capable of doing it and capable of not doing it. Like we already established, every man is given a freedom of choice at the beginning. Personally, if it's on my own personal note or account of my own beliefs, the way we were raised and or we don't even talk about matters of submission as regards things like relationship or dating. We talk about it in matters of marriage. The way we were raised. We speak about, because now, first of all, my faith speaks about wives submitting to their husbands, not wives or women submitting to men. It says their husband. It means if the title husband is not there, we shouldn't even be talking about the matter of submission. Now, basically, from the whole standpoint and view of the way things were before our time or the way we were raised, the male figure, because when we're speaking about relationship, obviously it's between man and woman, so the male figure has a role. Every gender or every part of a relationship between the two of them have a role, characteristics or obligations in certain homes. And one of the most paramount obligation of a male gender in a marriage is to lead.
Okay, to lead.
Yes, to lead. And we were raised and we have seen over time that many a times how the man chooses to lead the home determines where the home goes to. So if you are not in that journey of marriage with someone that knows where he's going to, you are definitely going to crash. It's just an accident waiting to happen. basically. So we know that the job of the man, according to the way we were raised, is leadership. So therefore, when he is married to a woman, the beliefs and the teachings say that the lady should allow him lead. You understand? To allow him lead, and in so doing that, it means submitting her own authority to him to lead.
Okay, you mentioned that the paramount objective of the male gender, or rather the male character in a marriage, there's no relationship because it has not been established that they are actually legal. So in a marriage setting, if the man's objective is to lead, according to what you said, do you think it actually affects how he regards the woman, how he respects her, or something like that?
Well, it shouldn't really affect. Now, if we are still going to follow the standpoint of where we were raised, the option is, the instruction rather, or the model is, husbands, love your wives. And that love there stands for sacrifice, basically. In fact, according to the standpoint of the belief or the model given to us, the job of the man is even more than that of the woman, according to the proper model. Now, it's when you just look at things, and because of the way things have been over the years, because we found out that people, they actually spoil them. Okay. I was raised in somewhere in the south, where the relationship between husband and wife is quite infuriating.
Okay, what do you mean?
Okay, I was raised, like I said, somewhere in the south, I won't call the place, but being in that environment, I saw certain things, and I will give a graphic description of it. So the way I will say is that some people that are from that place will understand that it's the place I'm talking about. You see that in the morning like this, maybe early in the morning, you see that the woman, gets up, takes care of the children, and by children I mean one in the hand, one on the back. Okay, so she takes care of the children, puts one in hand, puts one in back, takes the one in hand to school. Then as she's packaging them, she's taking care of her husband, and then she picks up what we call head pan. Now head pan is what we used to carry cement, for building sites. So she picks up a head pan, holds it on one hand, holds one child on one hand, puts one on the back, and then sets out for the daily bread.
Crazy.
Now she gets to the site, she walks, puts cement, they mold for her, put it upon her head, she puts it.
So what is the man in all of these?
We will get to the man, you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay. Then puts the child on the back, on maybe the granites, just seated there, watching the mom hustle.
Yeah.
And when she's done, she makes certain, changes that they make, this daily work. So she makes changes, they put the child back on the back, picks the headpan, goes back home. On her way home, she goes to the market, use that money she just made to purchase things for the house, especially when the child is going to school the next day, goes home, meets because this is where the man is now, meets the man or the husband exactly where she left him. And where is that? In the site in front of his house, or in a bar close to the house with his friends, drinking, alcohol, or what we call it kind. So drinking, smoking, and fraternizing with smaller girls in the area. And then when she comes, she submits the money.
Submit the money.
You get it now. The remaining part of the change that she has made after, the work, the market and all, and then she gives it to this man, and then in turn he uses the money to continue the same circle the next day. And then you call that also called submission. You see, these were the things that...
That is not submission.
That, you get it now. So they term it as submission. So in that kind of place, if the woman wants to revolt or something, you hear things like, I'm not now.
That's how it's
He's your husband. You are supposed to. You see, these were the things that our timeline, our generation saw and said, this can't be it. This is not even the standard. This is not the model. This is not the original model that was given to us. We know that in the original model that was given to us, the man is the one that is more sacrificial to the woman. In fact, his love language is sacrifice. Her love language in turn to respond to sacrifice is submission. That means, because a man that, truthfully speaking, can die for you is worthy of your authority.
Okay.
And that's just the way it
Of the submission, actually.
is worthy of it. I don't think submission in regard, in fact, in the matters of marriage, when we talk about submission, I'm talking about things like carrying him along in decisions. You know, making decisions, making him a primary part of your life in decision making, making him especially in decision making, in how things are run, how you run things through him. And these are things that even he in turn does with his wife, if indeed it's a home that wants to last, and function properly. So if he can sacrifice or love his wife according to the model, submission is the response to love according to the model.
Okay, I'm thinking about that model, actually. Do you think it's irrelevant today?
No, I don't think it's irrelevant.
Let's talk about that. Okay, why do you think so?
Well, I believe in things that work. And over the years, we have seen it work.
But you've never been married, have you?
No, I have parents that stay together till now.
Okay.
And I saw
I'm
it
talking
work.
about this, our generation, with the look of things right now.
I think one of the problems with our generation is that we are influenced by so many voices. So many voices. Everything is teaching us. Twitter is teaching, or X rather is teaching. Instagram is teaching. TikTok is talking. There are so many. In fact, I'll give you a classical example of something that used to happen, especially amongst the female gender. A lady just wakes up, comes to her ex account and says, "Trust men at your own risk." Meanwhile, she's typing that in from her husband's house.
So many voices.
The same person that is telling you, I can never. The next day you see her throwing flower or throwing bouquet.
Yeah.
It's her wedding day. What happens to the younger persons that get to see those kind of content, and because those things, whether you like it or not, your eyes and your ears are the gateways they are your learning gateways. So basically, you hear those things and it registers in the heart of someone, and then it becomes a school, a teaching for that person over time. So much so that we begin to focus on the failing ones. If you check in our time, we always seem to put much regard to those that are failing and don't spend time checking those that are actually succeeding. We have fathers that are 50 years in marriage, 60 years in marriage. They are still alive. You didn't check their own model to see how it works. You went to look at a celebrity somewhere that just had like 3 years in marriage and said, men are wicked.
But why do you actually think that is? Nowadays, marriages doesn't last as long as it actually does in the time past.
One thing you need to understand is that I got to learn over time that marriage is the strongest unit. The family is the strongest unit of any succeeding society. Every nation or society that would be that would shake, or that would make wave, that would be successful, it starts from the unit of the home, the family. That unit of the family. Once it can be crumbled, the society is at risk. In fact, check it, most of the people that are probably nuisances in the society, we can always do a backlog to check the home that they are coming from. It's always like that. And I would say that it is to that reason why that most people need to focus more on making their homes and marriages work. Knowing fully well that as small or as minute as it looks, it is something that is actually very tangible. First of all, for example, practical examples. Each and every one of us grew up from home, right?
Yeah.
A child learns his first words from home. You hear dada, mama. It's first word. It learns it from home, not from the street, not from school. I personally, when I began to start my education, education, I was already speaking, according to my parents, I was speaking, well for a 2-year-old. I was speaking well. And so when it was time to begin, my education, I didn't need to go through the normal rigors of probably going to crèche and play, and do those kind of stuff. I just started straight from the classes that do writing. Where did I learn it from? From the home. I didn't learn it from any forward corner of any school. From the home. That's how intentional. That's how important the home is to a child. The things, I was raised in a place that is very rough, somewhere in the south, very rough. But I was not, I didn't look like the environment. I didn't look like the environment, not because I was not in the environment, but because I was in a safe haven, my home.
Yeah, because of your own unit.
The unit. So no matter how, chaotic the environment was, and I mean,
the shield.
Chaotic the environment,
yeah.
Was. Every day is a risk in that environment. No matter how chaotic it was, those garbage end outside. They don't come in because the home, my family had found a way to shield us, the children, from the noise of outside. When you raise a child like that in an environment, we will not be afraid, to commit responsibilities into the hand of that child. Be afraid that he's going to, throw it away or make
that. All these things that we see around actually influences some of the decisions, talking about having to have so many divorces around nowadays and all of that. We've seen that it's it's safe to say that it's kind of difficult right nowadays for Gen Z to submit. Probably because, like we said, the environment and all of that, what you see, you give an example of, the woman having to go work and then bringing a proceeds to the husband and all of that. So if you are to know someone navigating this path right now, having difficulty submitting in their relationship, marriage, Gen Zs, because of, the environment, influence and all of that, we're choosing, you said many voices. A lot of persons, they chose to listen to, the wrong voices. And those people that are victims of that, now they are having difficulty having to submit to, like you said, the actual model. How do you think people like that can navigate that part? I will actually be throwing this question, taking these questions to the street as well, to hear from our viewers, to hear from other persons, and then we'll bring it here and put them together. But before we leave, I'd like you to answer on that. How do you think they can?
Well, I would first of all say that being submissive in a relationship or being obedient, because now we are speaking about, basically, if we are speaking about submission, we're basically speaking about the female gender.
Okay.
Now, being specific, submissive rather, in a relationship does not really stop a successful home building. Neither does it crash, a home that is supposed to actually survive or work fine. I would say that the word submission in itself does not make you a fool, because that is what it's kind of mirrored in our time. That once people hear the word submission, they just mean I'll not be mumu. I don't know if you get my point. That kind of like, I'll not be mumu, man, not use my head and all. I think we should not also be speaking. First of all, I don't think you should be in a marriage with someone you don't trust. I also don't think we should be talking submission if trust is not on the table, basically, because, and this is why how you enter also matters a lot. Many a time we see in our generation that the things that both parties, now both genders, look out for in a relationship or in the marriage that they want to enter is very flawed.
Yeah, so if we're understanding you very correctly, despite the fact that there are very sad stories out there, you have to look for the boxes that were not ticked before, those boxes that were not ticked before that person actually made that decision. Why they ended up like that, why the story ended up being, not good.
So you check it.
So that you can checkmate that on your own. And then when you get into it, you don't really have to not have so many problems about having to submit, you know,
Or having to
submit
love
the
your partner.
original model.
Original model. Emphasis on original model.
All right, right now we're going to call it a break, and then we'll take this question to the street. The question is going to be showing on the screen right now. We'll take it to the street, and then we'll get answers. The question actually is, why do you think it is difficult for this generation to want to submit in relationship? Yes, and despite the fact that we know that, yeah, it's obviously very difficult. So what solution can you prefer to a person that is in that situation right now, having difficulty, you know, submitting to their partner?
Some people see submission as a GBV issue, because they see it as somebody is trying to compare them against their wish. Somebody is trying to, you know, make them lose their freedom, not knowing that that is not what submission is. That is why it is very important we redefine what submission is. Submission is partnering with each other. Submission is, you know, one person, you know, you have to support that for the other person's opinion, you know, for you people to, for the marriage or for the relationship to go well. Yes, I want, the advice I'll give to them is that they should go to the drawing board. They should go and know the real meaning of submission.
But women of these days are more educated, they are more aware, and so their understanding of submission has evolved. A woman can speak her opinion, can express her disagreement with a thing, so while still being submissive. What is really happening is awareness. People are not living relationships or marriages or finding it hard to submit. Rather, they are saying no to the submission that resists them, that limits them, and issues their voices. So it's just about working together. No party is greater than the other. There is no dominant, there is no submissive. You guys are both dominant and submissive. You guys can both lead and can still both be submissive. So that notion that submission is about control, is about like one party taking control of the other, that should die. Submission can work hand in hand when a couple comes together and agree.
Gen Z nowadays, they live their life on social media. Everything is about social media, and comparison is the thief of joy. So they tend to compare what they see online, how people live their life online, how celebrities, public figure do everything online. So they compare it with themselves. So that's the main reason they can never be submissive, because they feel like the new coup is being all these feminism, all these equality. So submission is not the new coup, so they won't follow it. My advice will be, don't compare. Focus on your own marriage. Focus on, no marriage is perfect, so just work on getting better. That's the only way.
It's definitely hard for them because this is a fast-paced generation. Only a few still have like the old morals, you know, because now it's just like, well, if some even feel they don't even need to be in a marriage or a relationship, because it has to do with the fact that this generation has made the most money. I mean, just look at what these people are doing, streaming, all this stuff. So when there's money, people tend to feel like they don't need anybody. So I say it's definitely hard. So it's just the way the world evolves, the way these things get more difficult. So, and it's really, we're losing the morals on everything, and it's just, it's hard, you know. But at the end of the day, all I can say is, if they could just sit down and see, okay, my parents didn't come from this, and just try to emulate their parents, and I feel we'll all be all right.
All right, those are the amazing opinions from our guests out there. Hope you have been able to learn a thing or two. Yes, and that brings us to the end of today's episode. Thank you very much, David, for joining me today.
Thank you very much for inviting. It was an exciting discussion.
All right, until next week, I am your host, Joy Obaisiagbon. Bye for now.
certainly the best. RTV, certainly the best.
Welcome to Market Survey. On this edition of Market Survey, we are currently at the market to know the current price of beans here in the market. I am Stephanie Notoriua, and I'm going to be taking you through the market to get to know the current price of beans here in the market. And we are currently at Lagos Street, Benin City, to get to know the current price of beans. So come with me as we get to know it. Welcome to Market Survey, your weekly guide to the pulse of trade in Benin City. On this edition of Market Survey, we are looking at the current price of beans. But before we delve into that, let's get to understand the production process. The production of beans, particularly common variables like cowpea, which is widely consumed in Nigeria, begin with careful land preparation and selection of suitable soil. Beans grow best in well-drained, sandy loam soil, and farmers typically clear the land, remove weed, and sometimes apply organic manure to improve soil fertility before planting. Planting usually takes place at the beginning of the raining season to ensure adequate moisture for the germination. although in some regions, irrigation may be used during dry period. Farmers select healthy seeds, often improved or hybrid variables, to ensure better yield, pest resistance, and shorter maturity period. The seeds are planted at appropriate spacing to allow proper growth, and within a few days to a week, germination occurs and the seedlings begin to emerge. As the beans grow, they require consistent care and management. Weeding is essential during these early stages to reduce competition for nutrient, sunlight, and water. Farmers also monitor for pests such as pod borers and beetles, as well as diseases like blight, which can significantly reduce yield if not controlled. To manage these threats, a combination of traditional method and modern agricultural inputs such as pesticides, and herbicides may be used. Fertilizer application, though not always necessary due to beans' ability to fix, can still enhance productivity when used approximately. The growth period typically lasts between 60 to 90 days, depending on the variety, after which the plant begins to flower and form pods. Harvesting is done when the pods turn dry and brown, indicating that the beans inside are matured. Farmers either uproot the entire plant or pluck the pod directly. After harvesting, the pods are dried further under the sun to reduce moisture content, which helps prevent spoilage during storage. Threshing follows, where the beans are separated from the pods, either manually or mechanically. The beans are then cleaned, sorted, and sometimes graded based on size and quality. Proper storage is critical at this stage. Beans are kept in dry, well-ventilated spaces or stored in bags with protective measures against pests such as weevils. In some cases, preservatives or airtight storage technologies are used to extend shelf life before the beans are transported to market for sales. The current price of beans in Nigeria reflects a combination of production challenges, supply chain dynamics, and broader economic condition. Over the past years, the price of beans has experienced a noticeable increase, making it one of the more expensive staple food in the country. Several factors contribute to this trend, starting with the cost of production. Farmers are facing higher expenses due to increased price of inputs such as seeds, fertilizers, and agrochemical. Additionally, insecurity in key agricultural regions, especially in northern part of Nigeria where beans are largely produced, has reduced farming activities and limited access to farmland. This has led to lower overall production, which directly impacts supply in the market. Transportation and logistics also play a significant role in determining the final price of beans. The cost of fuel has risen substantially, and since agricultural produce must be transported from rural farming areas to urban markets, these costs are passed on to customers. Poor road infrastructure further complicates distribution, increasing the risk of delays and spoilage. Market middlemen, who act as intermediaries between farmers and consumers, also influence pricing by adding their margins. As a result, the price of beans varies across different markets, with urban centers often experiencing higher prices compared to rural areas due to increased demand and additional transportation costs. From a demand perspective, beans remain the highly essential food item because of their nutritional value, especially as a source of protein. With the rising cost of meat and other protein sources, many households rely heavily on beans, which further drives demand. This increased demand combined with limited supply creates upward pressure on price. Seasonal variation also affect pricing. During harvest period, price may drop slightly due to increased availability, but they tend to rise again during off-season months when supply dwindles. If you are just tuning in, it is Market Survey on Independent Television. I am Stephanie Notoriua, and I'm taking you through the market to get to know the current price of beans here in the market. Stay tuned. From how you take the buy beans before and now, has the price gone up or are they still affordable?
Though it's affordable, it has gone up a little bit compared to before. Like the red one, we used to buy it around 80, but now the price has gone up a bit. But right now we are buying it at the rate of 195. So the local beans same amount, but now it's around 100, 115. White one sell 110 as well. Then the other white one, same thing. So almost little bit difference of prices, but it's a bit higher than before. So the rubber of the red one is around 2,700, while the white one is 2,600.
So how much, like, what's the lowest amount that you've bought beans, the rubber?
The lowest I bought is around 2,000. But as it is now, it's a bit high compared to then what we used to sell like 4,000. But it now got down, but now it's up a bit, but not as much as the way it used to be. Yeah.
How beans they for market now? It don't come down.
See, come down some more. Yes. Don't would they say 100,000 now? They sell 90,000. So they say 95 for the price what we get now. See, they come down some more.
So now, the different type of beans, they how much they sell?
We get local beans. That one with the seller 2 each. Yes. So the brown one, we see the seller 2.7. Okay. We get Olanyo with the seller 2 each. Okay. White one, now different type we get. We see get Abuja beans. Okay. We see the Seda one 2.7. Iron beans 2 each. So now that one we even get the Niger self. So the Niger would have said that one 2.6, 2.5. Now different price.
So how much now they carry a bag of brown beans before and now?
Before they carry 110, but now they sell 100,000.
Okay. What about white beans?
White beans, that one would say 100. Abuja, we even the sell 95. So that kind of beans, they sell 95, but now 90.
So you get we be say beans stay they cheap.
Yeah, now to the time where the new one come out, now that time they cheap pass. But now the dry season, so you see, they move again. Oh. You see, it stay one place. They go up. They come down.
So motor money see they affect the price. See they affect how they sell the beans.
Yes, as sometimes they put price for transport. Before they pay 5.5, but now it reach 6.5. Now that way they affect the price of transport.
So if transport cheap, now if you say beans go cheap, the price go reduce.
It was cheap. As anything one person will tell you, he will talk about transport. So that why even they cost all these things. Even the best for that one. More we see the big government may when they look that one for.
So now this beans, now say many people they buy and many people for us. How they go say preserve and may last?
That one Sunday they use something where they kiss small and where they enter. So Sunday just they keep her like that. But now different medicine they used to put. Sunday they tie up a rack. But Sunday they put her for inside the beans. Okay. But that one the one way you go tape for ground. Now that one you go they do it like that.
How much now they buy a bag of beans now for market?
Say this year we tell go say beans they did like that 2 years they only pass. Now the bag it never reach 100,000 now. Early brown beans now they reach 100,000. That Oloka they reach 115. So that white beans now is still many different one. The highest beans 95. This year we tell go say everything they cheap. Now only small bag for rice now don't go up.
So compared to how they sell last year, now it cheap as last year.
Now this year is cheap as last year now. Last year it don't pass 100,000. This year it never reach.
So how much you can't they sell the rubbers?
Rubber it never pass 2006 or 2007. The highest one now be 2007 now. Say we don't go for this year.
So which beans be the highest beans?
Iron beans. Or the highest beans. Now honey beans. Now honey beans now be highest price now.
How much be the bag and how much the rubber?
The bag they reach 105. Some they sell 110. Rubber they sell 28.
You get the season where be say beans stay dey cheap.
Yes, no, any now God will not be say they get season the one they cheap. They get season the one never cheap. And you know say this year now, no beans many, but you got then say person. You know they deal like this. You understand?
So transport first they affect the price.
Nine be the wahala now. Before they carry go pass 5,000. Now they say 6,000 something now for transport. Now they chop the money now. Yes.
So you believe say if transport fare come down, the price will come down?
Maybe say now God, no be me no. Yeah. Now God now you know tomorrow. Nobody can know tomorrow. You understand? Yes. Now that one.
So this beans now person where they buy am many, they keep for us. How you go take preserve and make all those ants not enter?
Say no be for here they do am. Now for the area now. Yeah. Now no be for here. They put am for inside solopin. They put am for solopin. If you put am for solopin, you know they enter. If you leave it like that, you go enter. You understand as well.
But what if you put them inside rubber?
They know they put anything now. They go put them solopin, you tie and put them. No, if you want put them, go put them for inside room. That room the one you want put them, you know go open her. You know go open her. If you open her now, breach enter, and that one and you go enter. If you, that one you know go open her. Anytime you open her, that one you want sell her now.
How much you take buy am before how much they buy am now for rubber?
But when I buy, but I did not remember the one I buy last, but December time. But this particular one now, I bought a honey bees. That is 2,750. Say the other white one, 2,400. This one, 2,500.
So now I don't
really type. But now, it dey okay. It dey okay.
Overall, the beans market currently reflects a classic case of high demand meeting constrained supply, leading to elevated prices. For consumers, this means adjusting pricing habit or seeking alternatives, while for farmers and investors, it presents an opportunity to increase production and improve supply chain efficiency. Long-term solutions such as improved security, better farming techniques, government support, and enhanced storage systems could help stabilize prices and ensure consistent availability in the market. From the findings gathered during the market survey, it is evident that while the price of beans has experienced fluctuation in recent times due to various economic and production factors, it remains relatively fair within the current market structure. Traders and retailers have adjusted their pricing in response to the cost of transportation, storage, and sourcing from farming regions. Yet, there is a noticeable effort to keep beans within reach for the average consumer. The pricing shows a level of consistency that suggests a balance between supply challenges and consumer demand rather than explosive, excessive, and exploitative pricing practice. Furthermore, when compared to other sources of protein available in the market today, beans continue to stand out as a more affordable and accessible option for many households. Despite the gradual increase in cost, it still provides significant nutritional value at a price point that many families can manage, especially in urban centers where food expenses are generally higher. Consumers interviewed during the survey expressed that, although they have noticed the price increase, they still consider beans a necessity and worthwhile purchase due to its versatility and importance in daily meals. The overall assessment of the market indicates that the current price of beans, although higher than the previous years, can still be regarded as fair and relatively affordable given the prevailing economic condition. The market reflects a system that is adjusting to challenges while still striving to meet the needs of consumers. As such, beans remains not only a staple food item but also a cost-effective choice that continues to play a vital role in household nutrition and food security. So far, we've gotten to understand that the current price of beans is quite affordable now in the market compared to how it was sold previous years ago. So now it is affordable and people can now buy compared to how much they purchased it last year. And that's it on today's edition of Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notoriua. Thank you so much for staying tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
láti wá o káyán rẹ̀ kérulẹ̀ o ọ̀rọ̀ àkọ́kọ́ balẹ̀ do. Ẹgbẹ́ akẹ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti wá o káyán rẹ̀ kérulẹ̀ o.
Ọmọ nọmba Nedo Ukwu-Akpolokpolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni-Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. And today on Viewpoint, we're going to be talking about the current electricity issues and situations that we as business owners, as individuals, are facing in Nigeria, as over 80% of households lack adequate access to grid, as Nigeria's electricity sector suffers from chronic liquidity trap and infrastructural decay, leading to frequent national grid collapses, with generation dropping below 4,200 megawatts, far short of the 4,000 megawatts required for its citizens and population. It is a Viewpoint on ITV, and we're going to be looking at some of the key issues affecting our electricity sector in Nigeria. I am Caroline Okonji.
In terms of security of it, we need light. And based on that, in some areas, it makes it difficult for us when we are on patrol at night. And we are even begging the state government to try and do something, at least by supplying street lights in some area that are dark in the night. In most cases in our community, there are places that is very dangerous, that without light we cannot do anything of such. For so doing, we want, as a matter of urgency, the Edo State government to try and do the needful, so that the security will be okay for us, so that we can be able to work effectively.
The issue of NEPA issue that you came from is very rapid to us, in the sense that the NEPA look as if we are not a citizen of Nigeria, because since a month there's no light in us. We have been passing through. Which NEPA, anytime they came, a minute or 30 minutes to, they will come and bring the light to us. That is, we are not expecting them to come and collect their bill. Indirectly, we are expecting bill from them to come and collect. Within that hour or 2 hours, you will see a number of people with a LiDAR. They will come. They will come. And after their collection, there's nothing like light again. They will block us up. I think before we have this light, they mandated us to buy a meter, which we bought individual. We pay through the NDC, we have our transformer here, not through NEPA. Before we got out this light, they mandated us to write an application of submitting it to the NEPA as a will to them. And we work for it. We should not claim ownership. And we fought for the transformer. And after that, again, they came that there is no oil in it. We pay up to 1 point something again. Before. After all that, they came up again, said it was meter issue again, that every community, every houses had to have a meter, which we did. We have to. I have my own receipt. I have my paper meter in my residential house here. So after all that again, they came up with a past bill. We, before we make that transformer, bought that transformer, we've been glad out for 10 years here. They came with a bill to us again that we need to pay a standing bill. We went to Tessame, the office there. After we left the one at the bypass, they were delivering us. Before they now refer us to the one at bypass. I don't want to mention name of the manager there. Got him there again. He said we have to go for all those things. We need to fulfill all those things which we did. After that, they now on the light for us. As they on the light, not up to a month, we were still in blackout again. So at the end of it, we went again. They said it was according to them, that the electric wiring Marriage. That was the cause that they now cut us off again from Iyowa again, which we not pick. Read that matter again. The Chiri community, which is the Kabetu, Igbo and Igwekimi. After that, they brought a light for a week again. After a week, they cut us off again. They said Iyowa is owing. We now went to the office again and told them that if Iyowa is owing, does that mean it affects our community? We are blackout throughout all this. So before we sort all those things, we have already made up our mind. We can do away with our neighbor. When our father was living with a lamp and all these things, we were enjoying it. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. So if they feel they want to cut us off from this NEPA issue, they should cut everybody off totally, so that we will know that we are not with NEPA. Not that after 3 weeks, they will not bring a light under 22 hours or 3 hours. They will come and collect their money. It's unfair to the masses.
The electricity issues and challenges that BEDC in the state is devastating, in the sense that as a minister, I suffer a lot in terms of electricity. As an individual, not only me, the entire people of Edo State, and not only in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole, we are really facing electricity challenge in the country, in the sense that we are not getting constant light. Even though the tariff of electricity is high, people don't even get the light. I don't know how the government will enhance constant light for the Nigerian people, especially in Edo State here. We are seeing the government are not taking a proactive step towards this direction. But if the government will be able to ensure that people are paying for electricity and they are not getting electricity, government should take a drastic step in this direction by making sure if people have constant light, people will want to pay for it. But a situation where you don't see light, at the end of the month you see BEDC personnel coming to people's house to come to cut lights, is really a problem. My major concern is that let them provide us electricity and people will pay for it. But a situation whereby we don't have constant light, out of 24 hours, people cannot boast of 3 hours light in a day. It's a problem that we are really facing. People who are doing business cannot do business effectively. People who are doing business, they want to make sure their foodstuff does not get spoiled. Nobody can preserve their food again. Even though they cook, you cannot preserve it. Even though electricity for our artisans to work, they cannot get electricity to empower their equipment in order to boost productivity for the entire society. It is really a problem. The state of electricity in our country, in our state, is very poor. Very, very poor. We don't know how government is creating effectiveness on this aspect. We say Nigeria is generating electricity and the neighboring are getting electricity, and the people that are in this country are not benefiting it. Nigerians, we are crying. As a person, I am crying. We don't say as an individual we don't want to pay for electricity. We are not saying that they should give us light for free, but let them make light available and let people pay for it.
They often tell us the national grid is collapsed. So ultimately it's to develop enough capacity, the whole process of generation, distribution and the rest of it. And then the enabling law, the happy thing recently is that they have said is deregulated. You know, state governments and private investors can now enter the electricity market, generate and sell. So we do hope that will be a great deal of improvement, because without electricity, really, we are going to remain in the Stone Age. You know, we cannot industrialize. Even domestically, we cannot have the comfort we should derive from electricity. You know, we should consider all the options, whether the new sources like wind, solar in our country, so that we're able to generate enough for our consumption. The darkness is a cover for any kind of nefarious activity. Yeah, so if the place is not well lit or substantially lit up, people can ordinarily hide under the cover of darkness to perpetrate just anything, not just robbery, kidnapping, and whatever you have. Yeah. Don't also forget that we now have private investors. The government doesn't have so much to do with electricity anymore, apart from regulation. So they also have to maximize their profit. So it may have been a mistake in the first instance, divesting from electricity at the level of government.
Let me talk about the state where I live, where I reside. The total blackout is nothing to write up about. We really suffer when it comes to light. Edo is suffering. I think our governor is trying to, we have to do more. Our Excellency, Senator Monday, our governor of Edo, executive governor, you have to do much when it comes to that light issue. We are suffering. There are some of us who can provide electricity for ourselves, solar and all that. Maybe a generator, this was the case, but not everybody. And so at this junction, I think it is expedient that our governor looks straight into this issue and solve this problem. What would I call it? I don't know the right English to use. The right English right now, we have serious problem when it comes to light. Businesses are going down. Those selling drinks, those who have koro, without generator, you can't do anything. And the J is on the high side. Those small jewelry, those are better passing. Our neighbor used to buy them 30,000, 10,000. Now you can't buy it. Then the other one is the Tiger and the LMX, 1 point something for ordinary generator. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So we're begging on our executive governor, the governor that knows what to do, to please to look into us and save us from darkness. Then when it comes to these funny BDC people, we're raising a child that came from the US and the others. The first thing they learned in Nigeria is NEPA don't bring light. Children brought from abroad. The NEPA don't bring light. Can you imagine such? And so these funny people, 2 days, they'll bring the light, on and off for 2 days. The next thing they'll come with their estimated billing. They start dragging people, wires and all that. It's high time. I think it's high time we stand our ground and let them know that we're not fools. We are Nigerians. We all own this nation. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody, and it's for everybody. We should stand our ground and fight for our rights. This BDC, may they pack, may they go. NEPA still better pass. You can't go out at night when there is no light. The security issue is what the government is trying. I cannot chrome them in one day, but we individuals too. Like the police used to say, see something, say something. But sometimes when you say something, they use it as a bait. And so we need to. Edo State government need to give us security as well. Nightlife in Benin is almost gone. But I also want to say kudos to our governor. For the first time, it was December free of bloodshed. It was wonderful. December, look, we have most of our people in Nigeria right now, those living in diaspora, those living abroad. Many of them came December and this January. And, they came and they're enjoying it. So I believe our excellent governor, our excellency can do more about that to give us more security. Like those if you're traveling from Benin to Akure, Benin to Ifon, those roads are no-go area at night. You can't date. So I believe with all hands on deck and our governor and the police, our CP, let's hope and pray for our action governor to do something about insecurity.
BDC, since they came in, I don't think they have done well by my own assessment. And darkness is synonymous with demonic things. And they have thrown their city into darkness, Benin City, and Edo State as it were, is in darkness. And I think that the government should step into the matter to do something about the situation. Because the way I look at it is that, for me, I think it is deliberate. Because there are some areas that have light, they call it dedicated light. So why can't everybody have the same light? Because there are areas for 2 weeks no light, for 1 month no light. Some people have 3 hours a day. Some people have 1 hour. And if they bring light in these 20 years, people shout, hey, they'll be saying up NEPA instead of up BEDC, which is BEDC. So the thing is that government should step in and help us. People are dying, and most people are paying for darkness. They go there, they threaten people, they bring light when it is 110 for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 days, they come and collect money and they shut it down again. So I think the government should step in. If they are going to be thrown out, they should be thrown and bring people who can give us light, who are ready to pay. It was privatized. That was a good intention by government, but the people that did it, I'm sure they gave it to their cronies who does not know anything about the management of light, and that's why we are where we are. It has really hampered nightlife because you don't work in darkness. And then the only thing that is helping us now is this solar that people put everywhere, and some persons that have money to buy diesel and buy fuel. It's not everybody that have that kind of money. So it has really disturbed or hampered nightlife. But government
already put light, but in the evening everywhere will be dark. So government already put light, but in the evening everywhere will be dark. So where there is light, everything, even the security aspect of itself, anything concerning light is too plenty. So one particular. So we need light. If I come out for office now, if light no dey, we must buy generator. At least from office I dey buy at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5,000 every day for sure. Imagine times 1 month, na big money. Until na money. From then I will come see look at this make we come here say we come dey go for solar. Make we use solar to stabilize am because solar dey give us more, make savings from the fuel aspect of it. So if you get light, nothing like light, your light can carry AC, can carry everything for us. And to the noise, no go even give you that noise issue. So we prefer light more than any other thing.
The light is our problem. We are suffering for light. You can see our business without light, we cannot improve. We need light. Show of light is
Electricity in Benin City or in Edo State has been with mixed feelings because to some they will give the positive nod that they are faring well with the supply of electricity, but with some become so epileptic of recent. Me personally, I have discovered that we are not paying for what we get, or we don't get what we pay for. The reason being that the regulatory body that's supposed to task the BEDC are not doing enough to satisfy a customer by way of ensuring that you get what you pay for. For those who are using prepaid meter, there are reports that suggest that even the prepaid meter is even overbilling or overcharging consumers as against what the government is telling us. Only recently we discovered that the BEDC keep complaining that the generation company is not supplying them what they ought to get, which will in turn affect the consumer. And even at a point they also raise the issue of federal government owing them. But just recently the federal government has paid a huge sum of money to liquidate what they are owing this distribution company. But looking at the experience of consumer in terms of the electricity supply, it is so appalling. They will either give you excuse of faulty transformer, which they left for the consumer to contribute money to fix, whereas it is supposed to be the onus of BDC to fix the transformer so that they can in turn supply electricity to the consumer who pay for that service. It's like you are buying a recharge card. I am not sure that the recharge card you buy is what they give you. It varies from quarter to quarter. It varies from consumer to consumer. For example, for those who have been using the analog or the estimated billing, you will discover that whatever they bring, which is not subject to negotiation, by the time you now procure your own prepaid meter, they will bring everything inside the bill and begin to roll out deductions arbitrarily without consulting with the consumer. Even the estimated billing they brought was not even discussed by the consumer. So, and there is nobody that is there to advocate for the consumer or to leverage on the complaints. Nobody to complain to. So that makes it very, very heartbreaking. So for me, I believe the federal government and indeed the lawmaker, the National Assembly, should set up a body where consumer can run to and lay their complaints so that there can be an equilibrium between the consumer and the BDC, for example.
To wrap it up on Viewpoint on ITV, we're going to be highlighting some of the key issues that was actually mentioned by our respondents, which some said it is as a result of poor maintenance, gas supply shortage, and poor metering, just to list but a few. And the government at all levels, they are expected to do the needful and do the right thing to ensure steady power supply for citizens in order to boost means of livelihood, especially for business owners in the country. It is Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning and welcome to your favorite elixir on television, your ultimate show, Politics Today. Nigeria's political atmosphere is gradually heating up ahead of the 2027 presidential election. And it's quite important that we look at that across the major political parties in the country, and of course the aspect of consultations, alignments, and making sure that the issues-based campaigns take eminence. The underground negotiations have begun to shape what promises to be another decisive moment for Nigerians. And of course, we look at the atmosphere, the political atmosphere, the democratic journey as aspirants position themselves and political camps test their strength in all of this. How can we tackle this headlong? Most especially the questions that are being basically asked. What could be the factors to determine who will be president come 2027, and of course competence or political machinery? What are we going to use as a yardstick for that? In a country's battling economic pressure, of course insecurity, unemployment, and growing demands for effective governance, many Nigerians insist that competence, capacity, vision, and leadership experience should take priority. Yet others argue that no matter how competent a candidate may be, without a formidable political momentum to gather mobilization, of course, make sure that they are able to deep root themselves in politics, it may become impossible to do that. Now, what do we do in that regard? Most especially as we also look at what the president said in Nairobi, as he made mention of the fact that, that Nigerian youths are very, very decisive, and for everyone who wants to partake in the political race, then that person must ensure that he's accountable and must be able to do the needful, because the youths can basically determine the elections. And he said in his words that if I don't perform well, then the youths can throw me out. So for that not to happen, he has to make sure that he does the needful. Well, joining me to discuss this as we take a ride on Politics Today. Don't forget, Politics Today is brought to you simultaneously on independent television and radio. And of course, as we progress on the show, it's expected that you pour in your calls at us and participate on show. My name is Philip Omo Gyukbo. And of course, discussing this with me, starting from my extreme left, I have a clergyman, a public affairs analyst, a legal practitioner, Greg Iyayi. Big thanks for coming, Greg.
Good morning, Philip. It's been a long time.
Awesome.
Good morning, viewers.
I believe you were in London to see the king.
No. I didn't go with the president.
Okay. Well, close to Greg Iyayi is a lecturer, a university done by that I mean, and he is the former ASU chairman, Uniben chapter, Professor Julius Iyasele. Big thanks for coming.
Philip, thank you for having me. It's been a long while.
A big one, a long while.
Good morning, viewers.
Thank you for being here. And also joining us is an APC chieftain, and he is Etiosa Igiebo. Big thanks for coming, Etiosa.
Thank you very much. Good morning, viewers.
All right, let's look at what is happening, because at present we are already seeing political parties facing screening and of course party primaries for the ruling party, as we can see, gathering momentum for the primaries and of course how to get it right. Do you see, starting with you, Greg, do you see the political parties as bringing out candidates based on competence or just based on loyalty to the party blocks?
Indeed, you have already answered the question. I think the second leg of your sentence is what I believe is prevailing, because at the end of the day, no matter how competent some candidates are, if they do not bow to the whims and caprices of the party leaders, it might be very, very difficult, because this is when the party leaders hold sway, the elders, the leaders of the party. This is the opportunity, and this is the time they decide who goes to represent the party and who does not go. And if you aren't loyal to them, let's be very practical. It will be difficult for you. One, you have to be screened by them. They can screen the person out. They appoint those people that do the screening. So, but we just hope that some parties will be sensible enough to allow credible candidates emerge.
Well, looking at what we are having come 2027, do you see the repositioning of the opposition, getting ready to, contest on this? Because the president has already started it. He's already in it by virtue of the fact that he's coming for a second term. What do you see as the position of the opposition? Are they ready from what you can perceive?
Well, in fact, the opposition, who are they, where are they, and all that, with all that is going on in Nigeria, with what the effort that they've been making and all that. Yes, well, to a great extent, I don't want to allude to political parties at all, because here I believe that individuals are stronger than the state. There are no institutions, there are no systems, there are no structure and all that. So for me, when you talk about opposition, maybe individuals, I'm not talking about political parties, because I don't think we have political parties in Nigeria. That is why I'm saying that individuals are stronger than the state. However, the individuals that are already playing up themselves are coming from the opposition to the current leadership appear to be strong. But strong in what sense? That is just it. Looking at them as individuals, looking at them as, the kind of crowd and loyalty, support they can muster from the public. they appear strong, but then to what extent? Where you are strong and then you meet a block, meet a structure, and a barricade, as to use a better word, what can you do at the end of the day? For instance, we try to look at electoral laws and all that, try to make it better and all that, and it didn't work. So what are you going to do? What would have been better in our elections than anything that you must use IREF and all that? That you must use these advanced technologies to transfer results and all that. What would have been better than that? All the laws that are supposed to at least guide our election and make it excellent and all that have been rejected, refused by our National Assembly and all that. So what effort can you as individual, except, you know, at the end of the day, everybody is going to go, you know, to the bunny bush without shoes. What I mean by that is that maybe if you are going to go into the lion's den like Daniel, you have to go with the Holy Spirit. But if you are not going to go with the Holy Spirit at the end of the day, even yourself have to become another lion. That is the only way you can succeed in this dispensation. That you will bring yourself, we say no mercy and all that, my brother, I don't think anything will work.
Okay, let's quickly take note of what the president said in Nairobi. And in this, of the excerpt, he said, while in Nairobi, Kenya, for the Africa Summit, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu stated that Africa has a dynamic and youthful population, and restless and not ready to accept any excuses. He emphasized that because of this, politicians must be accountable, and noting that as a politician, in his words, if I don't prepare for what they need for me to do, then they will vote me out. Looking at that excerpt, some experts have said that political machinery seem to determine who gets what, when, and how, looking at the Nigerian politics. But what the president said in Nairobi, do you see him quoting the fact that the electorate basically have the power? Because usually, we've always understood the fact that the power belongs to the people. But going with political experiences, electoral processes in Nigeria, that seems to be the otherwise, even to a point where even the court will have to determine who becomes the president. Now, going by what the president said, just opposing it with the people having the power, what do you say about this? Do you see the possibility of the president having a second chance if election pops up just now, looking at the current economic realities and insecurity in Nigeria?
Yeah, well, I think I do see the president having a good chance, because sometimes it depends on the sort of opposition you have. If your opposition is well grounded and they organize themselves properly and they are playing politics without looking at themselves and look at things from a generic point of view of looking at, for example, it must not be me. If I bring somebody else that Nigerians don't even know, and maybe they're young enough and they're a bit exposed enough and people know them a bit, they must stand a better chance. That is on that. However, in the terms of who determines who becomes your leader or who governs you, the people still has the majority power. I can tell you, more than 80, 85, 90% of the people's votes determines who becomes the president or the governor of a state. Why did I say so? If you look at what happened in Edo during the obedient movement, for instance, across Nigeria, I'm sure you guys were surprised the force that the people had.
Yeah, mostly from the youths.
Because majority of the people do not belong to a political party. So on that note, it will be kind of a short-sighted idea to assume that it is a political play that happens within a party of who becomes your flag bearer, which is purely a personal, private inter-party matter, which is obviously different from who, when it comes to the general election, who wins. So to me, I strongly believe that the people still enjoys the goodwill to vote for who they want. But I think the other aspect is a lot of the politicians themselves who take the message to the people don't underestimate the fact that when bad news comes up, it flies better than the good ones. There might be areas of little shortcomings within the space politically, and that carries the day most of the time because negative news. But there's a lot of positivity. There's a lot of politicians who still interface with their people, who still work with them in terms of empowerment programs, in terms of listening to their quest if they need schools like in Edo, rehabilitations, if they need roads, if they need employments, like for example 5,000 people was employed in Edo. These things will resonate with the family, and they take this information to the market, and after that information goes back to their home and it spreads amongst family. But unknowingly you build a swell of people who believes in you as a government. So I am not trying to say that it will be the same across board in Nigeria, because different states have their different challenges. But if I want to use my immediate environment to determine what is happening, you cannot tell me that people that are living in Sapele Road or Temboga now, that their roads has been fixed, or maybe people around the Ramat Park area who is having a relief with economic movement being designed to be better, will not consider this governor came and did this. Well, let me do it for this governor, not necessarily the man at the center. So I think the president, I believe, will do well. But the only challenge he would have if the opposition party feeds candidates. I take, for example, the major players, that is a huge contender against the party. Maybe where you have the likes of David Mark, Arugbo Shola, Peter Obi and the rest. If they come up and bring new faces and say, well, we want to support a new idea, trust me, the president will have a problem. But for the fact that they are selling themselves, and now they are dividing themselves as well, to me, I don't see reasons why the president's efforts so far will not bring it back to the villa.
Okay, well, back to what you said concerning the youth population and, of course, the electorate, which the youth plays a pivotal part on that. You experienced that of the 2023 presidential election. Do you think that population counted, or was it as a result of political machinery that brought about the current president? Because if you look at what transpired on the election day, there was a blackout on transmission of election results at real time, which basically could give the impression that there was another, hullabaloo in that process. Yeah, so, I mean, how do you just oppose that with the youth population of what the president said?
Yeah, well, I mean, when you first started the conversation, before you asked me a question, you spoke about people believing that the justice system will give you or make you president. But remember, you don't build something on nothing. The justice systems will be provided with evidence, electronic facts. Whether Nigeria has infrastructure to sustain or support that idea in real time becomes a different question. You can query the electoral system and the sort of infrastructure we have to make things work smooth or seamlessly. You can relate that to the power sector, to the transport sector, to the airline sector, to every aspect of Nigeria. There's a problem with infrastructure.
Even to the legislature on the laws they make.
Wait a minute. I mean, people implement laws, don't they?
Yeah.
And for you to implement laws, you must have the right orientation. And sometimes, when we look at these things, when I heard my big brother speaking just now, you have to become a lion without a foot in the burning, environment. But the last election in Edo that brought the governor, there was no fighting at all. People went to vote, and it was peaceful. Nobody was attacked, no fighting. And yet the governor was produced. So I think it's about the orientation of the people. For you to implement the law, if you stand your ground and say this is what happened and this is how it's going to be, it will be difficult to change it any other way. So I do strongly believe that not every youth goes about like a bad news that takes over the good news, if you know what I mean. If we're in ITV now and every day is good, if you have an hour of a bad experience, that it overcomes every other good thing that has happened here.
Yeah.
So I strongly believe that the people vote still counts.
Okay.
I still strongly believe that the politicians have to be accountable. If not for that, you will not see efforts from governments trying to bring about building schools and differences in terms of making life better for the people.
Let the pendulum swing to you, Greg. You are a legal practitioner, a custodian of the law. That's what we call you. And if we look at the electoral laws, 2026, the Electoral Act 2026, some have said that this again is another challenge because the lessons of 2023 presidential election gave room for this heated debate for a repeal of the previous act to have the 2026 act, but it popped up. Now, do you see this as a calculated attempt politically to make the political machinery oversee that of the decision of the electorate in the forthcoming election?
Yes. let me quickly react to what my friend said about the last election. When in Uba Hill, the fight we saw around Ramat Park to prevent people from going to the appeal court, going to INEC office. Let's not deceive ourselves. What was on ground was most unfair. It was violence.
The ex-white governor was chased away from.
Chased away. So we cannot come here and come out because we accept Okpebholo is our governor today, and I love him. He's my kinsman. But that election was no violence, that election did not have problems, we'll be deceiving ourselves.
Although we are digressing anyway, because the focus is on the presidential election.
Yes, we are on the presidential election. So let us say, okay, that election wasn't perfect, but we can move forward. We can improve.
From the lessons of the previous elections.
Of the previous election. So that there will be peace, and so that there will be truth. Because if there is no truth, there won't ever be justice. And if there is no justice, there won't ever be peace. That is the truth. Moving on, you see, there's what we call the administrative control technique when you govern a country. Saudi Arabia, for instance, never expressly prohibited women from driving. And when they were accused by the international community, they're infringing on the rights of women. But there was something they did, the administrative control technique. They won't ever issue a driving license to a woman. And without a driving license, you cannot drive a car on the road. They will tell you there's no law prohibiting women from driving in Saudi Arabia. Till people confronted them. If you can't give a license, then to a certain group of people, you're directly depriving them. So, like the electoral system, why won't you allow results, as Prof has said, be transmitted? Why did you not allow that law to be changed as it should be? And let the people have that. If you say you are popular, if you say that you have done good, if you say the people support you, then the law that is on the ground, I mean, you don't need to be afraid of it. So let the result be transmitted live, direct, without having to go to some collation center where the plus and minus and the mixture of rice and beans goes on. So this is exactly what we are saying. Let there be good laws, and in the administration of the laws, if the law is there, that this is the law, and somebody is infringing on it, then we can challenge that person. But if the law is not there, like he rightly said, you can't build something on nothing. So that's the problem we had with the National Assembly over these electoral laws. And if you are talking of the judicial system too, you see, is the judiciary free? I am a lawyer. I cannot still sit here to condemn the judiciary. But I can also not sit here with experiences to say that our judiciary has an angelic face.
Okay. Well, from what we've gathered so far, we seem to agree to the fact that political machinery again counts when it comes to determining who wins the election. And of course, despite the fact that competency should play a pivotal role. But looking at the opposition, for instance, well, some have said that the aspect of moving from one party to another, which also shows lack of party ideology. And of course, again, some have also criticized the indiscipline in the act of some aspirants moving from one party to another, and then if there are issues with that party, they move again to another party. Some have said that an ability and a characteristics of knowing one who can fix a country's problems and not run away is one who stays and tackles it. Now, looking at that, what do you say about the fact that we may basically not even have a very strong candidate, you know, contesting with the current president?
Let me tell you that that is a serious advantage. What I see here, it has to do with wit. It is strength that you are seeing there. Really? That a candidate had moved from one political party into another with a population of persons who escorted him to a new political party shows that no other person would have been better for us as a president of this country than him. No other person. Because ability to move people, to mobilize people is actually what we mean by leadership.
But what about the political structure? Do we have the political structure in that?
If you are moving, no. You see, I didn't lay any snare for myself when I started. That is why I said at the beginning that parties are not it now. Our political parties are like birthday parties. It's the same thing. There's no difference. So now is the time to vote for competent people, those whom you think are competent, not because they belong to XY political party. No.
Okay, but if you juxtapose with what is happening currently under the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu,
yes,
and of course also the track records of some of these former governors who are coming up to become president, do you see the wit? Do you see the ability? Do you see the technical know-how? Do you see the administrative workability of them outweighing the ability of the current president? Because we understood the fact that even while he was governor of Lagos State, he did a lot. And of course, the aspect of him being the president of the country, as we speak, seems to be a headway in that direction.
You have to have grasp of administration, like he has said. Now you have basic problems facing you. How many have you been able to tackle? That is what we are saying.
Like what problems? Okay. Insecurity?
Insecurity is
economic
one.
Challenges?
Economic, and then...
Have they not been there? Have they not been there?
They've not been there. They've not been there to the scale that we are not seeing. Let me tell you. Do you know how much the extent to which our Naira has been devalued? You know how much the squalor people are facing, what people are going through. This morning we were talking about Basita Sugar Factory. We were talking about, in those days you are passing through Jos, the aroma of biscuits and cornflakes and all that from very different factories all over the country, and none currently is in operation.
Isn't that possible that enemies of the administration could be working hard to make sure that it doesn't say the goals that
very correct. That is how our administrators, that is how they behave, because a poor worker will always blame the tool. We look for easy way out of life. So these people who have even failed in government are the ones that are not competent to come back, not those who are moving from one political party to the other. You praise those who move from one political party. Somebody has laid a snare for you, and then you are able to wriggle out of that snare. You should be applauded. That is what has happened in circumstances like that. Because by now, you would have seen that, of course, you won't have any other political party, because we're going into migrating to a one political
one-party system.
A one-party system. That is where we're going to. But now, with what has happened,
now?
And, yeah, to a great extent, yes, it's a twist now, and I'm hoping that, because you know we are magicians in Nigeria, so because tomorrow they could just throw another clog in the window.
Who could be throwing it? Are you referring to the ruling party?
Both, you know, I'm talking about leaders.
Okay.
I'm not looking at parties.
Okay.
You understand? They are our leaders. The National Assembly and then the president of the country.
Okay, thank you.
Are the ones that are throwing the club.
Thank you very much. Well, it's politics today. We're going to be taking a short break, after which we will be joining Etiosa Igebo to react to what has been said, and of course also attend to some questions as regards what possibly could emerge come 2027 for the current president. Do stay. Thank you for joining us once more. Yes, politics today, and we are on the battle for the presidency. And will competence take a major role, or political machinery taking a major role in the forthcoming presidential election? We look at what transpired in 2023, and of course the strength of the electorate that came up, and the agitations that also took place that nosedived or culminated into litigations. Of course, the Electoral Act 2026 and the
provisions of the law in that regard, as regards not having election results being transmitted at real time, becomes what Nigerians are basically scared of in 2027. And if you look at what the governor said, you know, it continues to resonate in our political discussions. We can't take away that fact. How possible is it to get 2.5 million votes? Although he said it at the time that it is above that, about 3 million votes. But let's take the baseline of 2.5 million votes. Some have said that subnational governments, you know, seem to be gathering weight politically for the president, which basically, ideally, one could also say that could be expected as party members. But do you see the governor of the state, for instance, looking at the strength of the electorate or political machinery to produce that 2.5 million votes? Because we don't have that number as we speak.
Anyway, before I come to that, you just please allow me to digress a bit to respond to what he said.
Go ahead.
My brother there. And with all due respect, when my brother spoke about the issues of the elections that took place that brought Monday Okpebholo as governor, I said that there was no act of violence. On the day of the election took place from morning till evening until when the election closed. There was actually no report of any incident of violence. When the matters now moved to INEC, and my big brother here responded that Obaseki, the former governor, was chased out of INEC. That is a completely different issue. During the electoral processes, when people went out to vote, there was no violence at all. Across the entire state, it was one of the most peaceful elections I have seen because I was a participant. I would like to ask, what was the governor Obaseki doing at INEC? What was he doing? So if he was asked to leave, does that resonate to violence? At the same time, when he said people, my barrister was saying that people were agitating and there was some kind of dragging within the INEC premises. What were the PDP members doing when INEC officials were returning results to INEC? Remember, it was when an information came that Governor Obaseki was in INEC. That was when the APC opposition members responded and said, well, you think he should leave.
But don't forget that that is as a result of the fear of electoral irregularities that could be taking place.
So it means that Obaseki went there to get involved in electoral irregularities. They asked him to leave. That was it. That is by the wayside. Because my brother seconded and said Obaseki was asked to leave, but I don't understand in the world that he lives in.
Yes, he said that because there has been these reactions about the trust on the electoral umpire.
No. He said it because he believed that the ruling party was oppressing the governor then.
No, what we're saying that there was violence.
No, there was no violence.
I'm coming now. I will cite because I've conducted the election before.
I'm on my feet.
I worked for INEC.
I said, with all due respect, I'm on my feet. The reason why I said that there was no violence, there was no violence recorded during the election process from morning till the time it closed.
Okay.
The only time they had issues was when Obaseki went to INEC.
Oh yeah.
Because he was, I don't know what he was getting involved in. And if that is what they are talking about, then fine.
But there's no contesting the fact that the sitting governor has no business to be in the electoral office. Understand that fact. But again, don't forget the fact that some have also criticized the neutrality of the electoral umpire.
See,
and that could again
let me tell you,
prompt someone in the office of the governor to want to find out if there are irregularities in that direction. And again, this could also be coming from the center, which we are also saying, does political machinery determine who gets what, when, and how, rather than the electorate?
Let me say this. You see, you cannot tell me that the sitting governor is at a particular location where he ought not to be. And he's the custodian, the first citizen of the state, who has power within the state. And you want to query something that you see as a vague assumption. When you talk about the center or political machinery, what I understand about political machinery is that the people you have in different communities and villages that are working for your party. That brings me to some of the points he made about an individual. He's not a politician. He's speaking as a lecturer, as a professor. That is why he doesn't understand the rudiments of politics. When you look at the issues of structure that you mentioned, the traditional council, the elders of the communities, the youth in the communities, over time build relationship with the political party. By the time you leave and you move and you rent people or hire people to make noise, at the end of the day you can't sustain your political interface within the local community. So that is why you see that Asiwaju as president has constantly had one over others. You know why? because it doesn't move from point A to point B and point C to point D. The minute you do that, you create enemies for yourself. By the time a particular individual he spoke about moved, he would have offended so many people who believes in him. Believe me, they will never move with him. So on that way, it gets weaker and weaker. Political system, you achieve results because you are not everywhere at the same time. You are to a polling unit. You must trust the next man who is going to represent you in another polling unit. By the time you don't have that ability, like the man that has been moving from point A to Mecca to Jos and to Maiduguri to Katsina, who has no political foundation, who went to a party that had people voted, like I said earlier, people voted during the movement. And senators was produced in my constituency. House of Rep members was produced in my constituency. So what did this man do? He couldn't keep it together, and he left these people. He would have offended 95% of his followers by moving to a different camp, because he doesn't even have what it takes.
Okay.
He could have built his own, which he didn't. And that brings me to the question of the 2.5 million votes.
Yes, yes. Although, before that, don't forget, the University Don may have an issue with you over what you said, that he doesn't understand the rudiment.
I want to
well, we'll react to that. But I quickly want, I'm telling you that in case you want to restructure what you said.
Maybe he understands what it is, but he's not an active participant in the political system. Like,
From the beginning of birth, every human being is a political animal.
See, Prof, let me tell you this. I remember, just give me a minute to digress. I remember when I was doing my master's in England, right? I knew I was an A-class student. I had good grades, A's and B's. I had good grades, but I wasn't communicating with my professor. If I want to do an assignment, it gives me the understanding that you have to liaise with your lecturer, your professor, to tell you it is okay to do this. Because when you're in government or in governance and in administration, you can't just say, because I know you will not consult with your boss. So what I'm bringing in is an intangible value in the space that he can never understand. I give him 10 years from now, he can never understand that about politics. That is by the way. So I'm not indicting him, but I'm just telling you a professor has his own value system, just like a politician does.
Okay, why you attend to the next question, remember what he said, that, we have magicians. Maybe he was referring to political magicians that could change figures and make things happen.
I would like to speak on the 2.5
So exactly where we're going. So it's just for you to, it's just to guide you. Because some have said, how is the governor going to make that possible? Or he has magicians that can make it possible within the political structure.
Just a minute. Our people, with all due respect, I've been involved with people across several boards. I just deliberately trying to learn in the last 15 years of my life to get involved in different aspects of life. Our attitudes, our morals as a people, it affects everything we do across board, whether you're in politics, administration, you're in business, or whatever. 9 out of 10 times of people will destroy a business interface and create no room to deal with it another time, rather than doing what is right when it comes to the issues of people and their mindset. We are talking about upgrading the electoral system. I think the electoral system has been very good, and the way they've improved it. Remember back in those days when we didn't even have no electronic voting system, because of the behavioral pattern of the people, because of how sincere they were, votes counted. What has changed from back in those days, like June 12, 1993 till now? Same people, but different outcomes. So what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that when you talk about the issues of the magician, there's no magician. I think today there's about 2.9 million registered voters in Edo.
Okay.
And then there will still be more registration going on over time. And like I said to you, if you tie those things to physical projects, I can give you an instance. The governor employed 5,000 teachers. Most schools, they realized that they didn't even have teachers there. Do you see what I'm saying? If you go to Temboga, going to Ute and Uniben, the governor did a fantastic job there, where people has run away from their homes. They run away from their homes for years, even under the administration of the so-called Mr. Classic, the then governor of the state, who could not realize that people were homes was going to fall into these gutters. The governor went there, arrested it. What do you expect those people to do? Okay. They said one good turn deserves another. In my adage, they said, when you roast a chicken, the eyes of the other bird is never good. So people have faith because they believe that if this governor can save Ute, if he can save Benin Saple Road, if he can start on influencing the expansion of Benin Agbo Road, if he can build over 80 to 90 schools today, public schools renovated to a top standard with fence and everything, if he can employ teachers, if he can stop courtesan from people being killed, maybe we need to be patient with this man.
Okay, but want to see that figure, translate into voting. Don't forget, I told you, it's one thing to have them on the register. It's another thing for them to come out.
See,
the voting population is what I'm telling you.
Get them out. So that is what I'm telling you.
Exactly.
Understanding me. When we get them out, it's exactly the job and the good work that the current governor is doing.
Okay,
and then
but don't forget, we are looking at the presidential election.
Wait, but bro,
that's what we're looking at. And are you turning your eyes away from the economic realities, the insecurity?
Hold on, bro. They are connected. The insecurity in Edo today is better than it has ever been. You agree with me? In December, most Decembers in the last 10, 15 years, people get killed. Hold on. People lose fathers. Women lose husbands. That never happened in the last December. So when you look at the issues of they are tying it to the presidential election, bro. Let me tell you.
So that will count. That will count in numbers for the presidential election.
Listen, the governor has constantly repeated that the kind of support they are getting from the president is why I'm doing these roads, it's why I'm building these schools, it's why I'm doing this flyover bridge, it's why I'm building new TER, it's why I'm able to buy vehicles for
security.
That's a strategy. So you cannot disconnect the current development in Edo without talking about Swaju.
All right, Greg, you have a reaction on that?
Yes, the reaction I have. First of all, I wouldn't say I'm offended by what you said about Prof. For somebody who has been chairman of the ASU, this thing in the university, for you to say he doesn't understand politics, I just want to ask you one simple question. Why is it that INEC is always contracting or soliciting the services of professors and lecturers if they do not understand politics? So, and let me say this, if we are going to campaign for the president or the governor, we do not need to destroy what other people have done. Obaseki did a lot. Oshomole did a lot. Ogbomdia did a lot. Ali did a lot. All we can say is that these people have done a lot, but we have somebody who can build on what they have done. That's the best way to campaign for.
Okay, are you by this adapting the fact that what the governor has done so far?
No.
To say in favor of his goal to make it count for the presidency come 2027.
Wait, I agree that he has done a lot.
Okay.
No doubt about that. But don't forget that Tebuga Road didn't start with Okpewo. Obaseki was already on it, and many other road projects. We can't deny these things. But
government is a continuum, don't forget.
Yeah, all we can say is that government is continuity. We pray for Okpewo that he will take it further.
All right.
And he will take it better. And that is all. But to deny what other governments have done is not fair. It doesn't work.
All right, it's politics today. We'll take a short break, and after which we'll be going to the University Dawn. Don't forget also we will be allowing you to participate, listeners on independent radio and of course viewers on independent television. We'll take a short break, after which we'll do that. Do stay. 2027 battle for the presidency, competence or political machinery, what will play out? That's what we're tackling today on Politics Today. And don't forget the numbers to call in on the show is 0807 777 0300. 0807 777 0300. Participate on the show as we expect you to pour your calls at us. Well, while we wait for your calls, let's quickly join you. Basically, you want to react to what he said and move ahead on.
I wanted to tell you people not to crucify our co-discussant here for what he said, because he might be correct when he said, I don't understand the rudiments of politics. That, you know, the way politics is played in Nigeria may be different from the book politics. For instance, I don't know how to
understand the book politics.
I don't know how to carry guns. I don't know how to carry ballot box. I don't know how to buy votes, because the best politicians we have in this country now were groomed from the university. People who are representing INEC, people who are doing great in different offices of leadership and of administration and all that, were groomed in the university. And of course, yours sincerely is coming from a microcosm of the macrocosm Nigeria, where I have, at the highest echelon of leadership, have played. And so, when you look at that, what you might be saying is that the rudiment, what you have as politics in Nigeria is very different from the way we are seeing it here. And that is, to a great extent, very, very correct and all that. Where in a country now where you are seeing that only one snares are laid, bombs are laid for other people, you can't come up and all that. We are gravitating, let me tell you, I have been trying to keep this, we are gravitating, to an emperor kind of how that is where we are going to. That even in 2032, you will be surprised that you have a stay back. That's how African leaders, that's how they behave. All of us should be ready. We must understand all of this. And that is what is happening. Now, at this stage now, remember, if you saw a clip on the social media where the president was saying, when in 2023 I was like this, and I was able to win the election, is it now that he did like this to gesticulate and all that? And so what is the meaning of that? So gradually.
He said a lot in that.
A lot.
Okay,
and so
I'll come back to you. Let's quickly take this call. Good morning, caller. Tell us your name and where you're calling from and kickstart your contributions.
Good morning, sir. I'm calling from Nigeria, Ghana to be precise, a married to Comrade SOS.
Take it easy, please. What's your name?
Emeritus Comrade SOS from IGR, Ghana.
Go ahead.
Now, I want to thank your guest here, and the 2027 election is an election to be watched out for. Let's start with Edo State. You see, the governor has tried. He has done so much. Agreed. But he cannot get it the way it was during his last election. Because he has done so much, if ever he's going to get 2.5 million votes, he has to work on the electorate. A hungry man is a hungry man. The civil servants are still receiving 70,000. The pensioners are complaining. The market people, they do not sell. How do you expect me as a pensioner to carry out of my 10,000 or 15,000 naira pay? I enter vehicle, petrol is very costly, or I kick my car and say I'm going to the police station. There's no even food this morning for me to go and stay on the queue to vote. So, he may not get it right. And coupled with other problems that may be associated with the election, it will be very low key unless the governor fix tight.
Thank you, Comrade
Only
Emeritus.
then he can get 2,000 votes.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Emeritus. Well,
I've not addressed that matter.
Yes.
Let me tell you, if what my colleague said here is 2.9 million voters, registered voters, and then we've never gotten up to about 50% at any of our elections, which makes you divide 2.9 by 2. So you are coming down to about 1.45. If 50% of those registered voters comes out to vote.
But you already said magic can happen.
No, I'm doing calculation now. I'm coming, sir. So if you look at that statistics, 2.5 million is unrealizable if you look at that. But then governor is my brother. He must be talking from a position of strength.
Yes.
And all that. Very clearly, you see the extent of work that he's bringing to bear. The only thing we're advising that he must do now is to have a good spread. And he will get good followership because we are not getting the spread. If somebody was arguing the other day that Edo South is suffering of infrastructure and all of that, I say it's not even Edo South that is, it is Esan South. Okay. You understand? Because if you look at it, it's concentrating in the Esan North and all that. The other person in the other communities in the south are in squalor. Nothing.
The government is a
yes, not south. You have Igweben and all this. They are suffering. There's no nothing is going on there.
Okay. Let's see how that happens, because what you just said now is if that spread comes up, it's possible to have the number.
Not the number is if you have 50%. Understand my statistics. If you have 50% of voters coming out, if registered number of voters is 2.9. then you are going to have a maximum of 1.45 million persons coming to vote. Then how are you going to get 2.5?
Well, let's see how that works. Let's quickly take your call. Good morning, caller. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning, my brothers.
Good morning.
My name is Solomon Ataga. Those advocating for the president are also aware that fuel subsidy is gone. I have brought a lot of anger to Nigeria's mind that even those that were genuinely voting for the president 2023 will not vote for him again. They should also be aware of that. Then two, I'm also aware that if there is accountability and transparency, we can also sell petrol at the rate of 500 and have a much of flyover road being done. Are they aware of that? I'm also aware that looting air flute for 4.something billion will take 6 months.
Well, thank you.
The
network is bad.
Thank you so much, Solomon Ataga, for that contribution. Well, we expect another caller to also make a difference in that direction. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, tell us your name and location and make your contribution.
I'm your Godfrey. I'm calling from Riboribo village in Wode local government area.
Go ahead.
I don't know. This man, Honorable Josa, anytime you invite him, I'm not always happy. His argument is so partial. I'm recommending that you go and meet Honorable Gentleman Ameko, who though is an APC member. Whenever you invite him, his argument is very objective.
Okay, I want you to address the issue on the ground. Address the topic rather than persons, please.
Okay, the issue on ground, the 2.5 million votes, I want to say that the government say want to achieve. The only strategy to achieve it, I think two methods that you can achieve it. One is to buy the voters, because the hunger in the land now. I don't think any single individual will go and vote the government in power without being bought. That is one. Secondly, they may just prevent people who want to vote for other candidates of other political parties. They may prevent them from voting.
Thank you for your contribution. I think you've articulated a point. Well, let's give you time, like 1 minute each to round off on that. You heard what he said concerning that if I thought that wants to happen, maybe it's going to be through the back door.
I hope he's not angry, because you don't expect him calling from Honda to reason on the same level that I'm reasoning. Okay. I grew up in a different climate. I have my own best idea on issues. Yeah. With all due respect, Professor here is the beneficiary of the Asiwaju's policies. Whether it has gone across board or not, he has not gone for strike for a very long time now, because the president has settled a lot of things to do with them. I'm also happy with the caller saying that...
Though they may be planning another strike.
Let me tell you. I'm also happy with the fact that the caller says, and like Professor said, if the governor has to achieve the 2.5 million votes, I made the mention, I said more registered voters may be made. I'm not saying that there will be 2.5 million votes. I'm not saying that. I'm not, because
okay, you don't believe that?
Hold on a minute. No, I believe it. The people
so if you believe it, you say
when somebody's speaking on their feet, you don't observe their thought process. You let me learn. You give me a minute. Let me learn. I said, everybody that has called, even the last caller said, it is possible for him to achieve it if he does X, Y, Z, positively or negatively. He says, if the governor expands the scope of project and implementation, he may have more followers. More followers means more votes.
About 1.45%.
At the end of the day, I said it's 2.9 million. Maybe many people may have died as well, but there will be more registration if the governor plays his cards well. Okay. And if the machinery is on ground and the positivity from what the presidency has done with the state and areas where there will be projects that has been done and areas where you appeal to people to wait. If these people will get now, your turn may come. It may be 1 million votes. It may be 800,000.
But don't forget, a caller said no matter how that happens, that those who are hungry, those who have been impoverished, and of course the fuel subsidy removal, the challenges it brought could make it impossible. Are you neglecting that? Are you dodging away from that?
Subsidy removal, there's always been problem with fuel systems in this country.
All right.
There's always been shortage of fuel and things like that. I'm not saying that it is easy on anybody.
Okay, thank you.
But people also need to learn to cut their ways of life.
Okay, thank you.
Let's will go to the place.
Let's quickly join Greg Yayi for 30 seconds to round off.
What I just want to say is that we should tell the government the truth. The people listening to us, some of them have spoken back to us.
Let's take their message. Don't even say that.
No, let us
take. Be a PDP guy, NDC or Labour Party guy.
There is no party.
See,
my brother,
who they are,
the two of you are seated towards Obi now.
Okay, Greg Yayi has the floor. Greg Yayi has the floor.
I'm registered in your political in my village.
Okay, good.
Please.
So what is one vote already?
What I want to say, let us tell the government the truth. And let us tell them that there is hunger. Even if you build roads and you deprive me of the ability to buy fuel to ride a car on it, you haven't done me any good.
All right, thank you.
So let's tell the government the truth.
Thank you.
They are trying, but they should improve.
Okay.
50 seconds for you, Julius. Yes.
My
Professor
advice is that when you are in the jungle, you fight for yourself. I'm advising my brother, Governor Okpebholo, to fight for himself to return back, not for the president of the country. It's good that he's trying to do that, but first of all, secure your own position of advance before you can look across board.
Okay, thank you.
In addition, I'm asking, like I said, let him spread his projects.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Julius Iyasele. Big thanks, Greg Iyaya, and of course, big thanks to you, Honorable Tiosa Igebo. Well, this is much going to take. I want to say big thanks to Comrade Emeritus that called in, and of course, Solomon Ataga and others that called in. Big thanks for joining us. We do this same time next week. I am Philip Omo Gupong. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Wabotao, Edonewa, Edonewa ire, Wabi Negekai, Wabi Daniho. Egere se Maya Dugie, Ibota, Ibotana, Okbe no giswe, Naya Bwedo Ade, or giswe, Naya si Mokoko, Naya si Bekoko, Ayariwa Otane, Besori my Duatoka Mama, and when you know what Aga Webo, Naya having a Hiae. Ina ya inye o ibuta uta mai uta anyowa benu kisema gmonwe benu ya nyikere ni ade bu moe ade uta no uta ni makiari la dare na ke yere no yino no yezu malele utedo eso we mi esi no eso we mi dano o ewe o keke no kuri owo boy yoto o ga bo nana mi ewe bi no do mana he eso very aserio we ote befu odo enze unde we awodo ni eme eso we o makeke kaka onaze mana wona mulade na ya wi bude yo na domiki na he imi no keke iyima na ogun egun eme na okere ma we iyima an atu ni no pa yima eho usioma orewa iyima boke watokbe meto mena owo munu na de na oye ile uhe pastor Kabari erima no we no mo munu we ugina ero wania ona zena we nigade lido imudi ane even ma gba kan kata ba oye we owa no ku bo eku no ro wodo bi no do mana e oke di uto odomae oke do befu odomae ni mai wa hon kike na ni anoye ma we na mo na la dia na dia e oke okuna bowa obo ifune owa ni ara aye oye wo wa ni maye no mai fun ya gbese ana na gwa lo wo be okuna ke lae ona do mi owa ni e bo eri amoye o mi owa ni e bo ona ha modo we mi owa pa ni tawada bo na do la o odo na rigo ni ana ya asa ana lawani ogbupe ha gbukpe nebo ya sukpise ino do mana he wi go ni asa ekpogo kiyen ojo ori adowa ni wo ni ide yo to hun mi owu ara do duiko baka yi mo yi odo we ma ri to yin ma ebo wa ala wo ma we ayi mo yo wa na jina odo na we onya wa ni na mo yo wa ni ye o wa ya ya ye ma na we ayi wa ta ma ya ye na gbode na temata o wa na nu we ye na o bukhana no ri awa no gbana na gbube ba ya na so oni ri ma we pe me ade ni ke asayo wana owo kin ga asana ni epo agba ya le lerere ni ana mi go ya asa ana we na mo ladia eso we ko ni ma we se eso we mo mana we na we gbe gun ayo uru no zedo iyima e ma when we tie na egbe we de wa mi igo ko ya bo wa ino mana tamodo emi dano emi esi no
èmi dáná gọ́ọ̀rì òótọ́ ọmọ támọ́dà fún òfò ọmọẹtí bí òótọ́ ọmọẹtí bò wá sòpá ọ̀nàgà òfò nọ̀rọ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ gọ́ọ̀mánà támọ́dà fún ẹ̀hún yìí mẹ́ náà gbá bọ́gẹ́ náà má ta òpìá ọ̀húta òpìá òhun wà. O odo o osalobo anupo geva owofu o pe a odion ugbe we yen we ro gbodo we me go nu we kan ya ri to o wu tamuda fun o ge ori kwe o mana kwe we uzo seyo we utama dogo na opia no piesi yo hian suwe ya gun aluto
dona ga opiesi
hem yo hian suwe ya gun aluto yo hian mudia buwe buwani sukma nu we ya ni uto nu ya buwa be no da foma oga hon ege no riri ya hon o pe ani mana ku egui egbo tian gui e ko kian ri
wese
domosa
yare no tare unda doya ekbita we okpe amenye ohugbe sokme na yen ise yin aji ege na no tene na na ladia meke wi no ta no bu makedo mo ladia me peti ogena oge ibota eso we mu du yin odo lori ayuwa e ma tagile no we odeso omo nyine no wa yin yabo ameru wajiri na miewe ona roge no baroge negibe nota serio ala de doka we okpana ya wuje ma we ini ene bo wania otonera ibe ya ga hune 100 by 100 no yerige anyanyo da asie osekoko ari kinana danyo wa danyo gbeso osiloho yina yetiewe yina de ana go kere ke ti odo ni we lare odo me yẹn ẹgbẹ́ òyìnbó náà yà sùn ọgbẹ́ ọ̀nà ìgbìlì ìlà ọwọ́ wa mímú náà nínú òwìn náà ṣùgbọ́n gbèsò yà gbúzọ́lé ha gbọ́zọ́lé va gbèsò pẹ́ẹ́dẹ́ àná yà mọ́kó yìí tẹ́ ọ̀gá àròdọ̀ ọ̀gá ìrè ọ̀hági yẹn gùn à lẹ́yẹ kàlùbí yà ó òkú náà wọ́n rí sẹ́gẹ̀ yẹn náà àmì ìgbòkèrè nìyẹn rí ó tọ̀ nìyẹn sọ ya yẹn má ká zi ọ ni yẹn náà dìgbò lẹ́nu yẹn mẹ́gbó gí má yà sún ẹ̀ náà yà gbórí òtọ̀ náà rẹ̀ múnú ẹ̀ èyí máa wá rẹ̀ ìrọ̀rì dáná ona we ni yeri yena di 800,000 yena di ana ya gbolu yeri gada we yena we boy so igbena owe na ya meken yo oni ni boti e feeling na ye kan ha ake we ke ba temu ana di woma yena di get 12 trip yena di ne owo ri mo ayo yeri se na we 12 yeri no we na ni ge ya kai ba owo we tipa strike ere tipa no nya egbe mara no nya tipa re rebu ọ̀rẹ́rẹ́ lukume èrè wa tata amáyíní amáwòrán gbé mọ́ ẹ̀yọ ìnáwó nọ́mú yìí ní akẹ́kà ọ̀fun nọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀pẹ̀ àná òkúra oríkẹ́ ìsì ẹ̀zọ́ ní anáwó ẹ̀ wọ́n rí ìrìgò rẹ̀ orí èrè èmọ́ náà wọ́n akẹ́kẹ́ mẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ náà alá yunifásitì náà ṣe bí ẹ̀wò ní yóò tọ̀ ọwọ́ ẹ̀zẹ́ yìí ẹ̀yẹ zẹ́yọ òkú náà wọ́n yẹn náà yà zẹ́ bí yóò yẹn náà gbọ́ alùtọ̀ kéré yìí ní àwọn ẹ̀mùdarí yẹn kẹ́wàá kó wá mú ná ọwọ́ adìyọ unda yene doja oye ya se gbemi na re wo wa owe ye zeyo yo pa azire ba yo pa wona oye na o ze ni na ila wa la e atobi e yoto ni e bo unda se so ma mo gbagbo yen se ti de zo bo ni lele egbe ye ri o owo ni tamame ina wo gbe mu pa gbogbo re we e ma tagele na gele ni opi ade dobu no ma zi agbo a mo wo no mi we e mu di ake we ni egele iwe ni na ya ma so mi ye no bi ani ma o e megbe egbo wo do bia di bude wa ri ni ya mi a bi a ke ma gbe ya o ko we kinia
wa we si pe so waro no ji ko nyinyi me egbe na tana o pia no ma mu gbagbo we ma bo ma ge no oko no metin go we bo ma dia nu ya gwezi o benu wa ya bo eso waro oku awa mego ni awe da fun me ya gun me ri oto ni oku ni mi mi to mi go ora wa gun owe iyan ta wara
eyan gele uta
iyan da fe no nya wara
ya gele no
ige ba eze ige isuku oge mo ha upon da yoko ni kun ama we to de yi mo kun egbopo we lo yen na gbe gbobo ehin agwa akun amuno pe ani tokin azi o negbe egbopo we lo o mo bobo wa le o le rundun ni wo pe ani ndaga yen go me wanara o mi oga yen go me sele o mi o ma na ri ene okori de so ne gbe mi be do ko ni ge sunu e de ye ope ani yin kun igo gunye o do bo wale e te onyi me no gba so pan onyi mi pe ani bun osie ni ko ni bun na we gbe ni radio
wesi edonowo me wa ho mi yi mana ya na ege yi ma opoku atu an mata no owe emi osi ni oke ke ni ma e hotel ewi mana we oko egwo ma dioma gi agba muso gi agba ma oko ki ni bi no wa kai owe de baezis iyo agbon na agba ma ebi no wa na ati help meet gi akoko we na sira oko ki okbi ara zuru mama agbon oko ri bo bae unda emi oko na ro pa ho oke ri ege no ta owe ina so no ya esi wan abetima esi wan owe ovan no ma o se wa obu se so mana we go ma ro loro yeke no gweru ai we kiamu iru yeke igawu yo bonu e ma ta no emi no samo bazun da eri oku no bia we no ri obo bae no ya muso no wi yo bonu so pipi so da gele mi we obo sami ai ami adweki igo la obo ye ba lo le gbo a ye gi zeyo ohoni eso me ara si go wa eso yo zige bae eso yo zige suku uye no mi ebe e monye so ba ke sukure aba we ni ari go na ye gbo ko neri ya o da gi me sa no je oge kan amunene okoda munobo oso amogi nene bo ye gi de gbo ko di e memo e moni gi de gbo ko bi ya na rabu wa egba aberio baga gele gbodun na temata edunu peru no da be ni mata ba emi osiri no ko na zo de no da o ke mi ha wo pe a o ni makari o kan do alu o pe ani o makari o kan do awu tabo se ba eye ero omu eni be odo mi go yi ohun ni ototo eye ki aga je o ni le megbe we ni egu edolo yi o gi agba mu wa no ya bo pe ani mo wa o pe no ma mu egbe ni makata se we so aro we ra ye bi ama ku me kiama o ko mare e be wa yi wa na yi wa lo me vi o mo we yo e ule ke ni na la wo na e popo me e ko fo me o so bo ke ye de zio o we ta na ni ba ni ana sa me ba wo me no de we ade body wo be ra agwana mi we bo we bai iri ono ikwe so gele ro na mi we omego ya mu na wa we no ya bo wa de ni na de ka me ma bo wi obo wa ni na okpa ni obo emi okpa ni aro me be mi okpa be dokpa yi ma be katare ugi e ibota na mi we okpa ni na ya okwo ni na ri oto ona ri go no okpa ni no ri oto okpa ni siba ona we ohono ni egbe ni o kan yo ona gbe ni eto boye yo o na we o ma mini oyo pa ye bie na adofin ene yo nya ye nje pe to pa no ri ohun ona ewe bo owo ni kewu o ma ebo pe ni ya ri owa ni oto ni kiene o ma ari wu o pe ni ne mo wo be no ka bie ne ana wo ma na ya mo yo bi jia yo ni se ba agbolu yo ne yi baba ma so to bi je ma mi yi ma ri e be ba ni ne no wo wi agbo to na we do to no ki yi wo ka mu wa ye do to o ni le mortuary aya ki yo na o to bi yan mo bo e de nu ya gbe gba re ni o na ni ro na gba lo to e ma e ani gwa lo to ma no gbolu yo o ni we ri ya o ri eni e o ru pe a baraka gbiradi ibeke na gbo bo nyan ite ya mo era ri o ko no ri wo ya do to we na wa egun e do to wu da o no mo gberi o to na wa e mu da o ne boti submissiveness o mo gberi o to no nya na nya pe to pa no ro mo adafene ne kesi eni keni no me ona we awa rege eri mo ese gume do si o ni ha ti ya lo e we bi we ubu edo to o ho ni gele o we ye mo to keke yire ni ha o ho ni de o to ho ni we na ya ri o to na ri kiye una ya mu no ho una ya danyo o ho ni wu ni ha mu da we o ho no pa bi ne amari go na mo ye wa ni amami o to mo ana ya mo yite ebe re ri o iho na egbinye re ri o owo aya yi iho ha Iye inoka gbe na gwakana.
Ikpeso wa gele ro. Nu nyimi ya. Eso wa ga odazoe odazowa.
Evamia oyirogwa. Abi me no me eva kugbea.
So wa me eva.
Adazoe obi amogwa.
Odazoe no be odazowa. Ebe logo na Oni okuesi. Oni okua no mudia gidigba. Okua no kekenu okugaru jina. No odazoe no be odazowa. No odazoe ne odazowa. Yen we no keke wa. We enu ni me odafe no nyawa. Enu ni me no uta ogwa. Omo anogwego. Benu mo ese uberi nese. Okwo no me oberire. Ogwe no kwa we wa ku omo. Bujwe. Egbo mo beri onado nwaru. Uji no keke. Ekian ro se era meno sokpan uji no keke ekian ro se ne egbo pe awerio dogu umego omona no egori uri nebe no mese okwo eberi bai okwo awoko na kokoko mo riere no ro odigbagbe fere
wese onda ye yimo boro ba ya un tabu wa okpo abo wa un ta wa
okpia ohunta
bo okpia
o salobu ayaji
no dai gon geni mo ya ohunta inina be iwe ni no keke na lowa okpo ya ohunta
be no salobu ayaji okpia ona ka okpia ke yoku okwo ototo okpia oji uda okwa kaji okpia o salobu akaji okpia ohunta okpia o be kamo ko we iwe mewe do meme ogbo pe akeke no ko jo o pe ojo goku
we so wa talk be mama obonu we lari na re ye na me we adosin kana oika bobi tagbe me ni ku me ni bi so no ya wo ku owera owere no ku
onyi me no gba
what is it oni ri ma we no ko wi opia
ejebe ohono okpia si bugwe no kwa jowa okpia eke no riri akin ogie otema ne kwina ana mo bogwe okpia ebebwebo okwo na bugwa okpia sijo
okay agwa wo ko bo wa pe asiyo
agwa
okay no agwa no ro iwe no na migo bodo na mi ko do nya wa ni
o uji ari enegbe opo na mu gbe ekun soto ona aru ji no da fun opia ni obe egwe to po ni ri uji ni ege gbe won ebe no go vie ege lu ebe no go vie nda oko ovie beno pe agwale uji bebo oboko eri mani ori ma be gwalu ji ahwe mama no se bo bodo
wese
bana kuku gbe ome orien so onwo
wese eduno bo me wa he ni magwan we ma ya na be si we ohu mo wo sokbia emi agwa sukma okeke we emi no gbe amaseti okulori iwara we agbari yimegbe nda ana mi wo pe awehin erebo ina ri yubonwe ni ya buwa we ga ye dagbon we ya fe momo bana imi wo ko ri wa ori egbe yubon ninu ipe so itegbe ni orin atuagbe obo eri obo lala we jo wa ni obo ye jo wo owo ido bo wa yin si lele oba wa wa o baba brother e tu si lele iyo boya inu we na da o pe ano he ni gbo saloba no gbo ni gbe wa mi we owo ni no da no ya to boy da bo wa ni wo mu ko da o so pa edo no pe o ma mu pa bo rege ma be no tabo eni ze no yo ko to boy inu ni le we ri o bino na mo ekpe one odo ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn gbòòrò rí ọ ẹ̀ẹ́ta máa wáyé ọ̀tọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀ láyé láwọn nọ́gí yẹn kìnnà náà rí òtọ̀ náà gbá wà gèdè màmẹ́ ìyẹn gèdè màmẹ́ ìgbà wẹ̀rẹ̀ wẹ̀yẹ̀ wọ́n wá máa ọ̀wọ́ wá máa agbèrè wúgbó kéde orí ẹyẹ wọ́n mẹ́ òkú ẹsẹ̀ bí wà bìbì pa ìnáná mi wẹ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ̀ mọ̀wẹ̀ òmọ̀wẹ̀ ọwọ́ àgbà ẹ̀rọ ni màgè bọ́ òkú ó nìdá rọ̀ ọ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀wẹ̀ kẹ́ kọ́ náà gbé kọ́ dà ẹ̀gbọ́ òkú rẹ̀ ọ̀kí sopana ìmìẹ́nẹ́ wẹ ìrì ọ̀pá wà sí ọ̀pá wà gbákín òkú ẹsẹ̀ ti gbàgbọ́ wọn mẹ́ ọ̀pá rárí ẹ̀ yàrí ó tọ̀bí wọn bẹ́ ọ̀sùn ẹ̀rá bọ́ ọgbólù ọ̀gá wọn ìná ọ̀dọ̀ bó wa ní ọbẹ̀ fún ìdánmọ́ná tá máa wẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ màkà gbọ̀nkàmẹ́ náà àrò tí máa ní kẹ́ẹ̀ka gbọ̀nkàmẹ́ náà bẹ̀ ògẹ́ mánàrántàm mánàgbé náà dó mú ẹ̀làdì àwọn ọ̀gẹ́ dùn èmi èsì náà sopin na ọkọọdẹ ọ̀nà wẹ ọ̀hánadó táyì wẹ òkú oníri bọ́ ọ̀rí ìsèwà ní ara ayé anáwó ní agbálùwá ìyẹn náà yà agbálùwá wó bọ́ èmi ẹ ọ̀nà kà máa dàfọ́ èmi ò wá náà o dàfọ́ kèrè wó làdí aná yà á sa aná yà rẹ́ni yàrá páàkì adéwò òkú ní ìpó nẹ ní ayé aró wa ní ọ̀dọ́ ẹ̀ máa ẹ wẹ ọ̀hán ọ̀nyà wà ní ayé ìkẹ́tìkà náà mi ẹ̀ ìwó ni ọ̀rọ̀ ìmí ọ̀dìgbò ní kẹ́tíkà ìdí ni màdá màá wá kàkà bọ́ yìí gbé ara ẹgbẹ́ ìlérí ọmọ akẹ́kẹ́ ìní dá ẹ̀rá ni òhó nínú ìwé ẹgbẹ́ wọ́n àdúgbò bò wá wà kí á pàkì àkíyá dé lálọ́dì nára yé nà pòpò wà kàmá wà wò kó ìtẹ́ bọ́ wà yé fọpa ǹda òyìn ẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀wẹ̀ máa mú ẹgbẹ́ tẹ̀lẹ̀ wọ́n tẹ̀lé rí ọmọ tiẹ̀gbẹ́ wẹ́ wọ́n yìí ní ní ata adafo na ewe na ya anyo ha mu na siko ko na bokogbo oye kere ite tamae na woni tuwa ni tamuwa we ke no jere ni ana kero de ri ogi no we okewe ya wa bani ku ni ne we no ri je na wo ma ni do tamuwa we no ri je na ni ma mi na gba na re ni areba e pa ni ti wo ma no awa abe tenu we tie ni eteni pe abe tunwe ya se ti mo e ko do to we lare òkú náà máa wé ní dáa ònyìn ní wọ́n yá èrè ìnáwó náà sọpá ọmọ amúlẹ̀ náà ọ̀yìn tìrẹ̀ wẹ̀ nìyà ní wàá kíá ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀fi ebe yà náà yà dótọ̀ ọ̀bí náà ọ̀mù náà wáyé dáwẹ̀ rẹ̀ o ké ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́ ní parọ́gbẹ́ rẹ̀ o kú wẹ̀ kí mẹ́ẹ̀kì mọ́ni ní ọ̀wẹ́ màyàkí ẹ̀ ó jáde máa èrè ayà ọ̀pọ̀lọ́gbẹ̀ ọ̀ọ́sẹ̀ sọpá wẹ̀ kẹ́wẹ̀ gbé ìwé rí ọ gíá máa rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ wẹ̀ka yìí yíyó làdìyàn òrìyèlé lópìà lọ́wọ́ yóò bọ́ ni wẹ̀ nígbó náà gbọ́lọ́dẹ báyìí yà dòtọ̀ ó yèrè bí a máa ní ara ọwọ́ magé lè dẹ ọ̀rí lè dẹ ó náà lè yíyó làdìyàn wẹ̀ gẹ̀ yà gbólù bí a máa ní ara ọwọ́ òpè àrí magé lè gbólù gbogbo ẹni ní dá yìí wẹ́ ẹgbẹ̀ máa lè lè dẹ́ náà kó dẹ́ náà kéka wàgẹ̀ ilé bọ̀ ìyẹn náà yẹ ayi ìrẹ́wọ̀n gbé ẹsọ́ de kọ́tù wáyé kọ́kọ́ ayé ìyá wọn mà nùkí ìgbéyìí náà bọ̀ọ̀mà díadé náà ká mi mástá ìrìwó nínú wa dúró kí èkéré ọ̀gbìn ìyá wọn mà nùkí nìyà wẹ́ kìnnìún máa kún ayé ẹ̀hún náà dá ẹ̀dá wà ìwé wẹ̀ yà kẹ́wẹ̀ ọ̀nà wọ́n yẹn ọ̀nà ẹbí máa olùwẹ̀ o ọ̀nà yẹ asẹ̀ ó sáwọ́ bá lọ́la ọ̀ ń dá ẹni ní màmú làdíẹ̀ náà ọ̀kẹ́ kàkà bọ́ isi okòwò tẹ́dọ̀wẹ́ òhòbò wa lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ á wú àwọn òhòbò wa sọpọ wẹẹwẹ ẹrù náà gbogbo ya gbòòrò olóòpè àní ẹyìn nọ tàmáẹ igbó gbọ ẹnu ayá rí òtọ tàmáẹ igbó gbọ ẹnu ayá gbólú ọwọ yẹn mọ bọbọ gbẹgá yìí ní ènìyàn yasọ sẹwẹ ìtàmáẹ wọn ní ènìyàn yasọ sẹwẹ ìgbàgbà ẹtì ẹyìn wọn ní ènìyàn yasọ sẹwẹ ẹyìn náà tó bọ mẹ bìbí akẹyà gbọ lótọ rí etí mà wàlà ọ iyó bọ ẹyà bíbí máa yìí wàgé bọ̀ wò hàn mẹ́gbó sẹwẹ wẹ̀ dé báyìí bina ẹgbọ̀fẹ́ yìí gbẹ̀gá bọ̀ ọ̀họ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ó dé náà ó yí náà wà nínú wẹ̀ ènìwẹ̀ náà àdèmọ̀ ẹ̀ ìyá ó yẹ wà náà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mẹ̀jẹ̀dẹ̀ náà náà ọ̀wọ̀ hàmí náà di mọ́tò mi mẹ́tí wàá fi ẹ́ ìwà fi o àwọn àdùpà náà ọbẹ̀ yẹn ìmá gbẹ́ ọ̀wọ̀ hàmí ẹjọ́ ẹ bá màá náà mú díẹ̀ ìbò tán náà sẹ̀ fún ọbẹ̀ kì í dẹ́ ya ọ̀fọ̀ ìgbésàgbà ẹ̀yọ pàtì máa yẹ láì wìnà yìí náà ọba àtọ́pẹ́ iṣẹ́.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Igwe Festival is the colorful and crowd-pulling festival in Benin Kingdom. The Igwe Festival is an annual event that is celebrated by all Benin, both at home and abroad, to mark the end of the Benin year and to usher in a new year with a renewed hope for peace and prosperity. The annual Ugie Festival is centered on the Oba of Benin as the Oba takes the center stage. This year's Ugie commences with Otuigwoba. The Oba, sitting at his throne, gives out kola nuts to chiefs in order of seniority.
WIC Women in Conversation. This is another beautiful episode where women are gathered to discuss heart-touching matters in Nigeria and probably our homes also. And in the world generally, we try to look at things that are happening around the world and see how we could advise or how we could let you understand if it's right to be done or wrong to be done. And, you know, it's a table where everybody wants to quickly tune in and watch and listen to what these great women have to say. And today, of course, I have with me to discuss Japa. We're going to be talking Japa. Nigerians, almost all Nigerian youth wants to Japa. What is the meaning of Japa? And I also heard that we also have another one called, well, the women in the house, in the studio, will let you know what that one is called. I really can't remember what it is called, but we also have another name for those that have gone there and it's not working out for them. They come back. Anyway, with me on this table to discuss all of this is Abby. Abby, you're welcome. You're going to be talking more of the Japa because you know you Japad when Japa was Japa. Now you're Japambo. Japada. You're Japada. Anyway, so Abby is going to be talking more on Japa with us today because she lives in the US, UK, and also is living in Nigeria. I don't know how she does that. She's a big girl. Anyway, also we have Tony. Tony will let us know about Japa because I think she has more experience, not because she Japa though, but she has more of the words in her mouth to say about Japa. We have Chisom, who is going to be representing the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are actually the ones right now who wants to Japa to any country. You hear them say, let's just leave Nigeria. Let's just go to any country. Ladies, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Okay, Japa is not an English word. So what word is Japa? Word carved from. Let me hear from you.
Japa is a Yoruba name. It's a Yoruba name, which means run quickly.
Hey,
run quickly. Why the Japada is come back.
If it's not working out,
run back quickly. So when you run out quickly and you get there, it's not working out, run back. Japada. Quickly.
Okay, let's talk about Japa. Tony, I'm still going to be asking you this question. A whole lot of Nigerians, especially our youths, everybody wants to Japa. It's not just our youths now, the professionals too, mostly doctors. Most doctors have left Nigeria. Yeah. Everybody wants to go. You also hear them say, just to any country. Right now, they don't even choose the country they want to go to any longer. And then seeing what is going on in these countries that they're Japa into. Yesterday, I was watching on social media. I don't know if anyone of you saw it. What the South Africans are doing to the blacks over there too, not just Nigerians, to the Ghanaians. They're asking that they should leave their country, go fix your country, don't come here, go fix your country. So is Japa the right thing to do?
It's a very big question. But I still believe if you have the opportunity, it is better to Japa than to remain here.
Abby is laughing because she doesn't believe in that.
And died of depression or turn yourself to be a criminal. If you have the opportunity, Japa. If you don't have, you have to, so many things you have to put in consideration because it's two major reasons that are causing this. Number one, the economic situation of the country and the insecurity. When you think critically of those 2 points, you will think of Japa too. Because you are not safe inside your house. You are not safe outside the house. You are not safe even going to work. You are not even safe at work. You are not safe giving birth to your child in the hospital. You are not safe raising that child in the house. You are not safe sending that child to school. So that is a good thing. And now, maybe if you basically, there's no family that can manage 100,000 again in Nigeria. How will you do it? And the basic, I think what is the minimum wage? Minimum wage remains 75,000. And for the people that are even using bad hail electricity lights, 75,000 is not enough to run your bills for electricity alone. What about other people? What about feeding? Gone are those days that you can just take 20,000 naira, you want to go to my 12 and do a shopping. With your 20,000 naira, you are not buying anything in the nylon. Maybe you want to buy only pepper, garlic, and ginger. Then you come back home.
You're making me hungry. The food combination.
So that is it. When you are working hard and there's no reward, it's not even enough not to talk of saving.
Yeah.
And one good thing that our government is good at now is by thinking of every avenue to screw us with different policies of getting money from us. But where is the money from? They're talking of companies closing down. Why won't they close down? Even the electricity problem is a big one. They are running at loss. So that is the reason. So if that I'm talking to you, Oluwatoyin has opportunity today, I will jackpot gladly.
Wow. Okay, Toyin wants to jackpot.
Thank you.
Okay, she gave the reasons why she would want to jackpot.
Yeah.
But I've also heard the people over there too talking about this, although insecurity is out of it, but they are also talking about the economy.
Yeah.
They also say that things have increased and all that. Because I know that when I complain, just like you're complaining, they tell me, whatever increase you people are having in Nigeria, we are having it there. But Nigerians also will tell you, we still want to come. What is the reason why they want to go?
Okay, there's this thing they say, that anywhere now way except Nigeria. So that is what mainly the Gen Z say, right? Anywhere now way. Because except where you are right now, Nigeria is worse than any other West African country. There is nowhere you go that you will not find a Nigerian. Nigerians are in Nepal. Nigerians are in even Pakistan. Nigerians are there. They prefer to be there than to be here. Where somebody who is 18 can't even boast of anything, unlike the way it is in the UK. A child of 18 might already be independent, might have already even had a car, might have started working or doing some things. But you are 24, 25, you might even still be in school, maybe due to strike. You are still battling with year 2, year 3, year 4. And by the time that person comes out, you're not independent. You still have to gather your CV, enter streets, and start looking for a job. And before you would even find a job. So it's because things are much more better out there. You can't say, oh, like in the UK, if you're looking for a job, they won't consider your qualifications or consider, there are things that, we definitely know that things are happening there, the economy and everything, racism, right? And those things are happening there. But tribalism is worse here. You rather embrace racism in UK than the tribalism we are facing in Nigeria. So that's the reason why youths of nowadays prefer to japa. So it's just the amount of, let's say, pressure, unpreparedness that makes some people japada. And people who are already comfortable over there, they just feel like, oh, because of my business, I have to come back. But then the youths that japada with confidence, they can't bear it anymore. They are not prepared. They don't have anybody over there. So the best choice, instead of going there to commit crime, just come back home and stay with your family.
Okay, Abe, you live in the UK and then you are trying to japada to Nigeria. You're trying to put in your businesses together and wanting to come back home. Okay, now you heard what Chisom said. A whole lot of Nigerian youths wants to go there. Okay, and we have seen families that had sold maybe just one property belonging to every family, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, father, great-one. They sell it for someone to, japa. Do you think it's worth it?
No, I don't think so, because I have come back to Nigeria because I see it as an opportunity, a land of opportunity, and I'm trying to understand that there's unemployment, the economy, people are suffering and everything, but I want to even bring it at a very basic level, because I came back and I was like, okay, I know the minimum wage is 70K. Minimum wage is 70K. But then I started to, because me, I'm a business person, and I don't expect every person to be business-minded. But I saw opportunity. I see things differently. I went into the real estate. I went into shop-let. Some things didn't work out. It was difficult. But then I went to start even selling granules, and then I started to see how it was made, how I could even export it, food stuff. So I don't know, I just feel that there's so much opportunities in Nigeria, and it's not, everybody's fault that they can be able to make the Nigeria work. I know, it has to start from the top, the leadership, and the way that the resources are being mismanaged and everything. But there's so much opportunity. They said in each state in Nigeria has at least 3 mineral resources, natural resources, gold, cool.
But are the citizens able to access this minerals?
We have to help ourselves sometimes.
How?
We just have to do it, in the little.
Let me quickly come in here. You said you came back, okay? You came back from trying to come into from abroad, okay? And then you said at some point you started even exporting granules. That's because you have the opportunity.
Can I just say something?
Not just the capital. You already have created your market abroad, so you have the right source to export to.
There is actually a woman in Nigeria here. She trains. There's a training. I can share the training that she does to help Nigerians to give them opportunities to export abroad, even fashion, food stuff, and everything.
Do they have to pay for the training?
The training is not much. It's not much.
They will not give you.
It's not much.
They
will
not give you what? They will not give you the secret of it.
Yes.
No,
I have joined more than 4
of those training.
I've more than 4, and I pay huge amounts.
No, you need to be the okay.
Let's make me register another company.
I can even start to do some training if that's the case.
Let's leave the training aside. Let's leave the training aside. How do you expect a Nigerian that, of course, just like she said, probably came out from school, parents are not really buoyant, and he or she has not gotten a job, so there's no savings anywhere, and you expect that person to go for training and then start exporting. Where does the capital come from? It doesn't
have to be exports. It's unfortunate, I know, but there's still some people, like there's this Alaki just free trade. She's giving some funds to people. There's different fundings.
How many people?
It will not go around.
How many people have access to that information?
I know, but that's why I'm saying, it's training, information, getting it out there. But those that do will benefit. We can't help everybody.
The ratio is low.
There's opportunities out there. I understand because I'm
before we go on a short break, I want Toyin to give me her side of what's your take on what I asked Abby. I mean, is it worth it when you sell your buildings and we hear people do that? Is it worth it?
It's worth it. I don't think so. When you go to UK, I come to the UK, the things is high cost of living, is cold, people are suffering. Some of them are even in jail because they still can't fit into the culture.
Okay. Yeah. Abby, let's go on a very quick short break. When we come back, we'll be having Tony talk to us on is it worth it to sell your property and go. We'll go on a very short break just to sip some water and I'll be back. Please sit. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation. We were talking Japa before we went on the short break. And I mean, behind the camera, there's been a lot of, yes, it's good to Japa. And, it's just that they're saying it's not good to Japa. Even the man behind the camera is also saying Japa is very important at this time in Nigeria. Toyin, you were saying something before we went on the short break. She said that it doesn't worth it. As of today, I regret not following my friend 2023. The family sold their car, sold their plot of land, and traveled. It was rough initially, but now they are thanking God. They are thanking God that they made the best decision at the right time. Because here, we keep struggling. Even business, everything is frustrating. Is it the rent that's going up? Is it the expenditure that is high every day when you are not making it? And if you will not see that now, since about 2 years ago now, the population of the prison keep increasing because crimes. When they don't have opportunity to japa, they now begin to down.
But like Abe said, we can also still make Nigeria work and we can make it happen. In
How?
She probably has to explain to
With
us.
time. I feel with time.
There's a with time.
I know there is suffering. I know there's the, but with time, let's just have a good leadership. Somebody that has his head screwed on, that can make...
Honestly, I do not like the way Chisom is laughing. Because when I did mention let's have a good leadership, she did. When? I don't understand.
The kind of patience she's preaching to us is the kind of patience they preach to cow from Sokoto. That calm down.
Reach there.
And by the time the cow saw himself in Abatio, pieces you.
Sometimes
is it until we all die of depression?
It gets worse before it gets better. You just wait. Those that Japan, when things start to get better here, for them to come in, you that have stayed and struggled, that have now established and you have your roots in, you see that you start to be elevated and promoted to positions that they can never get in. Nigeria will get better.
Amen.
Yeah, even they said before the end of this year, the currency will be 1 to 1.
Amen.
Yeah, and then when it becomes that, when the rate is different now, when we start to bring the skills for all those that have japat, they need to come back home.
Sister Biodun, we are all Christian. We are reading the same Bible. You are talking of hope. We are talking of reality.
This, yes, and it is happening. People are coming back and bringing their skills. Doctors are coming back and bringing their skills so that...
Abe, it looks like you are just the one saying the doctors are coming back.
They are not coming back. Some are coming back. Those that are japat before are coming back. I have
maybe when they come back, maybe retired, they are coming back to retired home. That's different.
They need training. Nigeria needs a lot of training.
Anyway, Abe, let me leave you. Let me go to the Gen Z in the house. Let her really explain to us if it is worth it to sell your family property to Japa, or you sell the property and start up something like Abe says, we can make it here in Nigeria. What's your take?
Okay, first of all, Japa is an emergency exit. Right now, Japa is an escape plan. It used to be a travel dream, right? People be like, oh, when I grow up, when I'll go to the UK, it's more like people were relaxed. Let's say in the 90s, we just go to travel for vacation. Nigerians were, But as of now, for the youth between 18 to 25, Japa is an emergency exit.
Yeah.
It's more like an escape plan, right? Because, when somebody have run out of option, we're not talking about somebody in his 30s or 40s who might have built something somewhere in Nigeria.
Even the 30s and 40s
have nothing to show for it. So that's why it's better to just, if you have to make sacrifices if you don't have option. If the sacrifice is, this is my only inheritance, and if I sell it, it gives me an opportunity to go to the UK to study and, to work, right? Because there are a whole lot of things now available in Canada. I mean, they want people who want to migrate to come and work. I think Canada, they open things like that, even for refugees. Look at what is happening in the north. We have a good number of youths dying on a daily. What happened in Jos? What happened in... So it's in Kwara. Exactly. So if there are opportunities, come, we are receiving refugees, people who, you're migrating due to the fact that your country is, they should go. You can't tell them to stay. Build what? Out of nothing. There's nothing to build from. There's absolutely nothing.
Okay, thank you so much, Barrister Chisom. That brings us to insecurity. You know, because I said we're going to touch insecurity. Why I wanted us to touch it as mothers, as women, as wives, you know, the insecurity for the recent days we've seen has gone to the children. Yeah, we saw what happened in Calabar, and we also saw what happened in Benue State, where the children were going to write their UTME and they were kidnapped, you know. So as mothers, the talk of Japa brought us to insecurity. Abby, you say it is not important to think of leaving the country, but this is where we find ourselves now. As a mother, how would you want to secure your child that you live with in Nigeria? Because she mentioned something. She said, we can't even sleep with our 2 eyes closed any longer.
Yeah.
So how will you advise your child to stay off, should I say stay off target zone? Because it looks like everywhere is a target zone. And then with a child that is that scared, how do you think he or she wants to go out there to try and, you know, make Nigeria better, like you said, or try to do something in Nigeria? These are children that were going to write exams. That's their offense. Yeah. They were just going to write their exams to be able to be better citizens and to be able to be a better person tomorrow. And then they were arrested. Over to you, Abby.
Yeah, it's heavy to see what these I'll call them evil people are doing, or you know, to the children, because I heard that story, and it was even from a prayer group that we were praying, and we were very, very angry and prayed against insecurity in Nigeria, and then again why this was happening. And as we all know, it's to do with a lot of things that's happening in Nigeria. But I would say, you know, you mentioned that, you know, regarding the Japa business, because that's a different issue entirely. But at the same time, it's something that needs to be dealt with, the issue of insecurity in Nigeria from the leaders, and it will be done, because it's getting to a stage where we're all tired. Yeah, I'm here. I feel, you know, also at risk. You know, I've got CCTV in all my rooms, in the inside, not outside, inside the house. So I understand what people, and I know not everybody can, you know. So
the crime rates.
Yes, you know, then we can bring it to the table.
Okay.
How often do people get killed in UK?
All right,
Abby. Nigeria?
Yeah, but you haven't answered the question the way I want you to answer. So probably I'll ask Toyin. Toyin, yeah, okay. So Toyin, with the situation of the insecurity in Nigeria, do you think in fact, we were talking about those children that were kidnapped, and those ones in Calabar, we haven't heard stories if they were released. It was just the ones from Benue that we saw the videos that they were released. So those ones in Benue that were released, do you think they want to go back to school or write exam without having that?
Let me ask you, as a mother, can you send your daughter or your child to that same school same day?
No.
Hi. What are we talking about? This thing is very emotional and very sad. Thank God we are all mothers. Is it that easy to bring a life to bring a child to life? This thing does not start yesterday. I remember 2014. I was in labor. The days of Chibok.
Yes.
Up till now, they were not complete. Till now. If any of us happen to be a mother of any of those children, and you now see opportunity of Japa, even if it is to Kuton, want to pack them to the neighboring country. Insecurity, this is, do you know, 3 days ago, last week, the school of my daughter sent a mail that they are going on excursion. I started praying to cancel this excursion. How will only me be cancelled excursion? Excursion is a good thing because traveling to get them around is part of education. but not again in Nigeria.
Yeah. True.
They went to Abeokuta. I cannot sit down. I put myself in fast, walking about, praying, monitoring them till I hear they're back.
Chisom.
Yeah, so just to buttress what Tony said, I think Nigeria is to me, Nigeria is like a balloon, right? It's like a balloon, and the more corruption, just like that is how the breeze is just getting bigger and bigger, and the day it will burst, I just pray.
I go down there.
You are holding this jackpot in so fair.
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
so Nigeria is deep rooted in unpredictability, right? You cannot if you say, oh, let's learn skill, let's all join hands, Nigeria will be better. The government did this. It's better not to wait and say, oh, I have hope for the next 2 years. I think that is what they said the last 5 years ago or the last 4 years ago, right? So that unpredictability is like an obstacle. It's like a canker worm, right? That is deep rooted in corruption, and it's really terrible, affecting everybody. So the system of JAPA itself, right? It's just like I told you, it's an emergency exit, especially for the young ones. So if there's an opportunity for them, they should leave. Because of the high insecurity that is going on. Because in Nigeria, we celebrate basic functionality is seen as a miracle. It's not. It's not. The government is not working. That's just what it is.
That is it.
Yes.
Okay, one word from you, Chisom. If you have the opportunity to JAPA today, you are a barrister in Nigeria. You're a known barrister with a known chambers. Do you think you want to JAPA?
I would.
God bless you.
Because we are all at risk. That is the main point.
JAPA. Will you want to JAPA?
I will say it 25 times without minimizing my word. I will JAPA straight if I have the opportunity.
Okay. Abby, if you have the opportunity to JAPA, will you want to JAPA?
As I said, I'm here for change, transformed Nigeria. I remain positive that we'll work it out.
Amen.
And things will get better. To me, I just remain positive. It's sad what is happening with the kidnapping and everything and the insecurity.
Thank you so much, Abby. Thank you so much. Abby believes that Nigeria can be better, and then she also believes that we can actually make it here in Nigeria. That's Abby's belief. But Chisom and Toyin believes that if there's opportunity to JAPA, they will JAPA, even though they are well established in Nigeria. At least they are not amongst those that are begging before eating, yet they want to JAPA. We would like to know what your own take is. Do you want to JAPA, or you want to believe like Abby that Nigeria will be better someday? That's what we're going to be ending this program today.